Hello, my beautiful peasants, and welcome back to the tavern. I actually have a finished model up for once. Crazy. I think I'm gonna try to get into this routine of when I start a stream, you guys can see the model from yesterday. Finished. Don't comment I moved my camera again. I won't. There was a good reason this time, I promise. Okay. So this is our Possum Folk herbalist with all of her little babies. I went ahead and smushed some of their expressions around. One of my favorite details I want to draw your attention to is this little guy who's kind of like super nestled under like mom's fur. I just think it's really sweet. Oh, this is an easier place to see it. So I'm very happy with that. All their ears are kind of mooshed around and whatnot. So really happy with this. I didn't think the potions looked herbally enough, so I added some flowers to that. I added some weird toe beans to this foot that I want to draw less attention to. But yeah, I really adore this character. I think it's up there with the same coziness as the hummingbird bard I did way back in the day. But enough about that. How are my peasants doing today? How are you guys? I see we have Paint, Sean's, Empress, Otaka, Aloha. Hello, hello. And Lisa. Hello, hello. Welcome back. That is true. Empress said, hey, that's also something you used to do. I have rewatched old streams way too much. Empress, that makes me so like not nostalgic. So I do that with like my favorite creators, you know, like I currently am watching every video Lavender Town has literally ever made ever. I am such a big fan of her. One of my big, like, I feel like YouTube artists start just like know each other. And I don't know. I want her to know that I love her work so much and I think she's great. I don't know why it's important to me, but anyway, you saying that to me is just so, it's very cool. It's very cool. Yeah. Hummingbird. Yes, indeed, indeed. Yeah, even, it's actually the same, not focal length, field of view as what I had before, but just put smarter. And now you guys can see my hands doing stuff. So you can see more. I don't know. I just think it's nice. I've been really fussed about getting my camera angle to look like me. I will spare you guys like the details, but I know the women in my chat especially understand this. You in the mirror, like in real life, versus you in the camera are like diabolically different. And it's very frustrating. It's not just like, oh, because they Instagram models or comparison. No, shit does not look like me and it bothers me. So I'm excited that I'm kind of getting this dialed in more to where I feel like I look like myself, which is important. So yeah, details. Empress says, I'm resuming piecing a dress together, figuring out what to eat. I just had an entire box of noodles. Very good. Yeah, focal length is a bastard. It is, and just like coloring and stuff. This is, again, I think I'm very pretty. I like the way that I look, and I like the way I do my hair, and like I like my features and my big nose, and I like a lot about it. And then I feel like a lot of it gets lost on camera. And I'm like, I worked hard on that shit. Not my nose. I mean, I did grow that myself. But like my hair and stuff. I don't know. It's weird things. And it sounds a lot like being self-conscious, and there is overlap there, but it's a little different. I think it's also the artist in me, right? I love composition and color and all this stuff. So I'm like, what is that? Anyway, I like this a lot. So we're making progress. Yeah. Don't even get me started. I appreciate you saying that, Empress. I do. Sean says, I'm AFAB, and I did not know this. What? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is this not affordable health insurance? 1 second. Gotcha. There we go. I've never heard that before. So I wanted to know, because I'm like, I think that's something relevant I should know. Gotcha. I mean, that actually makes even more sense for you, honestly. Anyway. Thank you for specifying. Excuse me. Yeah, literally everyone else knew. Yeah. I'm supportive, but clueless at the same time, if that makes sense. Okay. Thumbs up. All right. Any more details on this? I don't think so. No, we're good. So, speaking of pretty and different things. I really want to make a pretty man today. I feel like the men that I sculpt tend to be pretty like man, which is fine. You know, I like that too. But in very stereotypical bi fashion, I like everything. I like it. And I haven't done a lot of like pretty boys, and I would like to try to sculpt something like that today. Okay. How do I want to start this? I'm thinking. Let me tell you what we're doing today. Take this little screenshot of my reference board. Here we go. We are making a male butterfly fae, but I thought this was so like androgynous and gorgeous. I loved everything about it. So it's a very different from my style. This is stylistic. Mine's not gonna look like that, but doesn't mean that I can't get some of that hand gesture. Pretty. So yeah, I would like to do that. Empress, I have never heard Mia say it out loud. Yeah, I am a little weird about that. I don't know why. I think it's because I have been with a man my whole life. So I'm just like, I feel like a fake about it. What helped me a lot. Okay, we're not going to get into this a lot because it's political. Okay, no, it's not. Oh, ew, I hate that you said that. If you have ever been concerned about your sexuality or whatever, I saw something on, I heard something online that completely put that to bed for me, which is straight people don't worry about their sexuality. And I was like, I have worried. I have put so much thought into this and being like, oh, maybe I just appreciate women, or I don't know, like whatever. So many different variations of it. And then I was like, again, I saw that quote and I was like, oh, that just put that to bed for me. And that was nice. And I have slept better ever since. My husband was so cute. He was like, is that something you want to explore? I'm like, no. Monogamous, not an issue. It's just, I don't know. I feel like that was, it was relevant to me to know. Simple as that. But no, it is not relevant to my day-to-day life at all. I'm very happily married. He was so cute. Not that he's open to that, like an open relationship at all. He was just like, is this something I should be worried about? And I was like, no, not at all. But it was a very, very cute, wholesome conversation. My husband is violently straight. Very, very, very dry. Someone that I've been like, well, you can appreciate a man. He's just like, we had this conversation with one of our friends. I can say his name. One of our friends, Walker, and we were all talking about this. It was just a fun conversation to have amongst friends. And he looked at Ricky and he was like, you can't appreciate a man? And he's just like, I just feel nothing. I don't understand it. And then Walker was kind of quiet. And a few months later, Walker was like, yeah, I think I can go either way. It was so funny. It was just a very like delayed, we're all like in our mid-20s at this point. I don't know. I just thought it was very cute. People are cute. I think I want lanky. So we're going to make a new body here. Kind of like lithe is kind of what I'm thinking. Got a little bit more male. I don't like how long the limbs are here. So I'm going to kind of tighten that up. Literally, Ricky was like, nice. Am I meant to do something about this? Literally. Oh my gosh. Knowing who you are and what you like is important. Absolutely. Anyway. Oh my god, there's Ricky. What is going on in here? Honey, you watched like half of the beginning of my streams. For you to watch this one. Not that I mind. It makes me shy. Hi, honey. Oh my goodness. The man in the basement is so lovely. He is. I love that. Yeah. I love this. You guys are sweet. All right, let's make a hot man. A hot, pretty man. That is funny, actually. There's other characters I made before, Ben, and I've had my husband look at them, and I'm like, but is it appealing? Is it like an attractive character? I want him to be like kind of sexy or like alluring. And my husband just like the blankest expression. He's just like, I think he'd be like in a movie. It's so sweet. I was like, in the beginning, I definitely thought, I was just like, oh my gosh. I thought my husband was being not disingenuous. I know, maybe I did think that when I was younger, because I was just like, oh my gosh, you're like one of those men. They're just like, ugh, men. But no, dude, that's why he is. It's funny. All right, where's arm size? And then leg size. I'm a long-legged gal, and the leg proportions in this are absurd. All right. That's a pretty good starting base. I don't want to lose too much of the volume because 3D printing. Have her home by 9. You can't say that. Oh my god, that's a joke. That's a joke. Same way we don't even have a basement. Peasants are cackling. Oh my god. Goodness. Fun stream, guys. Square this off a little bit, lower those ridiculously large lats, more of a narrow neck, and less thigh. Yeah. I think I want to do something like this. Because I feel like, is this, that crease right there, is that not just everyone's weak point? This is not a pinup. This is not a pinup. Okay, we need to put clothes on him before we don't. I kind of struggled with this. So the prompt is a male butterfly fae with monarch wings. So monarch butterfly with a spear. So he's a warrior. He wants, there should be some litheness to this. So we're thinking light armor, but not like an adventurer. I still want it to read very fae. I love this reference art, and something about it vaguely reminds me of Fenris from Dragon Age 2. It's probably the white hair. Yeah, it's just the white hair. Okay. I like this. I thought it was a really good in-between, so maybe we will give him pants. Yeah, pants are good. I want to get a rough clothing block out on here, so when I struggle over the face, I have emotional support model here with nice clothes to cheer me up. Because I know it's going to be challenging. Paint says, do you have a recommendation on getting bases like you are doing now? I know the program you're using now is not cheap, but is there an alternative? You really don't need that program at all. I could make this exact same base mesh using the one in ZBrush, which is right here, this one. That's going to get everything that you need, honestly. The biggest changes that I make, I sculpt on anyway. It's more of like a concepting thing. Also, the version I have now probably is cheap if it's still available because it's old now. It's ZBuilder 3. I'm not even sure if that's for sale anymore. Paint, I do think you get a little hung up on base meshes. I think we've done the base mesh dance question. I remember these things a lot. And learning how to broaden the body and change the body size yourself is the most valuable tool you will learn. Excuse me. I feel like fae folk love layers. I agree. I love it. So paint, that was kind of just like a mean compliment. I've seen you make your own good base mesh before, and then you're like, how can I get a base mesh? And I'm like, you did it. You've adjusted this body and did a good job. What is this? What are you doing here? No. I know it's very confusing that I will have these fancy brushes and packs that I buy and plugins like the base mesh builder, that kind of thing in ZBuilder. And then I'll be like, you don't need it. I know it's contradictory. It's kind of like being a painter and getting a new paintbrush. Does that make sense? Like I can do it without it, no problem. And it's not the thing it's not really that helpful of a tool. It just makes it smoother. Like, have you guys ever painted with like really shitty paintbrushes before? It's very annoying. But you can do it, and especially as you get better, it's really not that big of a deal. All right, this is gonna be our layer 1. I'm gonna set a timer here. I really wanna rip through and get a cool silhouette happening sooner than later. Paint says, oh yeah, I do get hung up on that. I think something we'll do for you in your next project is let you, like, I'm gonna throw you to the wolves, let you just like, no floaty, just go swim, do your best with the base mesh, and when you feel stuck and you're like, what the heck, I'll make one for you and then just send it to you. That way you still get the practice, but then you also don't have the frustration of just like drowning perpetually. And then you can see your base mesh changes versus the one that I give you. How's that sound? I think that'd be a really good win-win situation. Gosh, the more custom like my teaching plans get for each student, the harder it is, I feel like it is for me to explain what my teaching program is. Whatever. Because the pitch is pretty much like, I don't know, what do you need? That's what I provide my mentorship. All right, I like this. I want something really light. Okay, it just functional, not slutty. Why is that difficult for me right now? I like this. Part of that works because it kind of extends over the shoulders as well. I think having like a crisscross strap thing would be really cool. Man, these Kickstarter backers, I hope they understand what they're in for and that your request might inspire me to do something that maybe you didn't expect. It's like, oh no, why is he hot? And I'm like, you asked for a butterfly, man. He's not going to be hot. No, they know that. They see my art. They know. They know. All right. Ziri mesh. All right. And I'm going to duplicate this body so that way I can have no subdiv on it and I can add lots and lots of curved brushes without it fighting me. Oh, look, it's fighting me. I just said we weren't going to do that. There. We're going to do just one at a time. It's going to look like a forest man, I promise. Now it looks like he's just going to the club. No, I promise we're going to make this fantasy. As I blink, I'm like, we are. I love the shoulder pad thing. I think it's really, really neat. So let's go ahead and make that. I'm going to do it one piece at a time. Here we go. And having this mirror and weld across the Z axis, I have found to be super, super helpful. Just make it exactly symmetrical. The only catch is that just make sure you also turn on X symmetry while you're sculpting, because if you don't, it defeats the whole purpose. Transform, activate symmetry, Z. There we go. Why are there two of you? No. I'm not watching or listening to the chat right now because I really want to focus on this, but I hope I didn't make too much work for the mods. All right, really cool shape here. Warrior. Another thing that I see really common with my students, this applies to all of you, past, future, present. Stop making your clothes so watertight to your models. Bump it up, move it, inflate it, get it off of it. Unless all you wear is spandex and that's what you want your models to wear, that's fine. Do whatever you want. But that's not what you want, which it usually isn't. Let it breathe. All right, duplicate, mirror, and then this other one, I'm gonna kind of scoot over here. They said with the spear, but it's a fae. They can use, whatchamacallit, what's the thing, what's the, bow and arrow. So I would like to add that same kind of like chest strap that we've recently added for another model I did, the bear. Which came out so good, and I appreciate Paint's weird side comment that it was like kind of like a hot bear. Like I thought that too when I posted it, but I'm like, I'm not gonna say that. I didn't have to. All right, strap, curve strap snap. What's this? That's not what I wanted. That's just a brush that's already in ZBrush. Why are you letting me import you again? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna do it this way from this base body. There we go. And then what I'll do is I will simply cut the part of the strap that we don't need. Right here. None of that. We do need it on the back side. There we are. It's not looking very fey yet. It's gonna happen. I think I can make these into cool hip thingies and it will feel more layered. There we go. That's gonna help a lot. Get over here. All right, we're gonna go to the x-axis, mirror and weld, not in symmetry. Those look kind of dumb. What about gravity? That's a good start. Yeah, that's looking fey. We just need a belt and a tabard. So many tabards in the tabard. All right. I will always find it funny the way that I do tabards. Tabards. Wow, having a hard time saying that. The bell-bottom pants are killing me a little bit. We'll see what I do with them. I think I'm gonna tie up the ends. I kind of said that weird. What I mean by that is maybe some like little leather wrap. If I don't have to do shoes on a model, I won't. So there's that. All right, we're gonna use this brush. That's cool. That's fun. Then we don't need to worry about the metal stuff. Just using this belt brush over and over again, so it's doing a really good job. All right, let's make that taller. And then we're gonna get rid of the ends. I think I can do that with a smart mask. Are we gonna be nice to Mia? No, we're not. Okay. If this feature worked the way that it was supposed to, I'd be very excited. Oh my God, it did it perfectly once I complained. Complaining. I did kind of create some weird topology stuff there, didn't I? That's cool. And I can kind of have this layer over the tabard. Very cool. It's looking fey. We're getting fantasy. This is looking good. And it would have been fine from the get-go if I hadn't had my weird intro. There we go. Very good. I think having it go across the hands always looks nice. I'm gonna duplicate this and then cut off the little flared bits. Polish. Cute. And just grab my move brush and add another layer. I don't know what's happening on the top. Maybe the other way. Maybe it needs to go up. Yeah, that looks good. So grateful for Empress being like, they like layers, because for some reason that's like what's really holding this together for me right now. There needs to be a collar of some sort. I kind of goofed on that. So I'm gonna move this neckline in. Instead of using my move brush in Suffering, I'm gonna see if the Z Modeler brush will do it for me. So I'm gonna hover over the edge, spacebar, extrude, move, polyloop. Isn't that nice? Because someone asked me, like, oh, what's the easiest way to do a collar? And I found like a million tutorials on how to do it. This is the easiest way to do a collar. Yeah, I'm getting some weird little like overlap shape stuff, but that's fine. That's cool. Just because if you do something in ZBrush and you're like, man, I'm doing this, this is difficult. And then you go onto YouTube and you look at tutorials and they're an hour long and you're like, oh my God, maybe it's just hard. Don't give up. They might also be doing it really inefficient, or better said, they're using it for an application that you aren't. Like if I was doing this for game dev, it'd be a lot different. All right. Why are we doing that? Very good. I think it'd be cool if this strap went over and under. No, too much work. Too much work to make those volumes agree with each other. Delete hidden. Get gerb. Nice. I feel like I haven't talked to you guys in so long. 3 minutes left on my timer, so I'm gonna keep going. This is weird. The bell-bottom pants are not doing it for me. I feel like I've been doing the same pant bottom on so many of my models recently. That's kind of a trap to fall into as well, though. Don't feel like you need to reinvent the wheel. That's like if you gave all of your adventurers boots, that's reasonable. You don't have to be like, oh, I've already used that too many times. That's literally fine. We're gonna do some cool strappy leather wrap things. Wow, why are his calves so tiny? Or his ankles, not his calves. Yeah, move the pants out of the way. Oh, I can do some cool foot wrap thing. They have cool footwear stuff. I did have stuff like this in my asset library already, but recently I just feel like it's been faster for me to do literally everything from scratch. It's not. Excuse me. I'm just choking on air. 1 second. Okay, we're back. Oh, there's 2 bodies. That's right. I was like, how come all the changes I'm doing are doing nothing? Oh, I see Paint's putting references in Discord. I want to edit this body. Go away. I know I'm making them kind of weirdly big toes and stuff, but for minis, I just don't want this getting too small. So we go larger than smaller. Ooh, these padded tights are cool. Yeah, they are. That top reference you grabbed looks like it's straight out of Dragon Age 2. All right, foot sock thing. How about let's just do the entire foot, and then I will do cutouts from it. I think that'd be easier. And then the heel. Yeah, that's a cool foot sock thing. Extract, Zeri mesh by half. There we go. I can barely tell anything's even happening there. Oh, you better have been worth my time. Oh no, my timer's up. But I was like, forgot how to breathe for a little bit, so I'm gonna keep going because I'm really close to getting some cool layers on this. Look how different it acts when I'm doing symmetry versus not. That will never not drive me crazy. Just act the same, but on two axes. Axes. It's like, no. You must do it on one side and then mirror and weld. Whatever. There we go. Wow, really unimpressed by these thighs. Yeah, paint might be on something with that. Because the thighs are what I'm least impressed with. Anyway, he's looking kind of hot. It's happening. How are we doing? No function. Only slutty. Oh my... Aloha. Guys, please. Oh my gosh. This is true. It's important for newer people to not skip steps and learn. Advanced people skip as they please, pick and choose what steps. Exactly. Buy a brush if you're just like, little treat. It's been so fun watching. I know, I haven't seen Empress's art recently, but I know that they're growing a lot. I can tell by the kind of like comments they make and the little like, gonna buy some brushes, little treat. Like, so fun. I would love to do a model with BDSM inspired gear. I think that'd be really cool. It would just end up looking kind of like Attack on Titan-y. Let's be real. But yeah, I can do a blend between the two. It'd be a good time. May I suggest a fur trimmed collar? You may. I think that'd be great. No paint. Not the necklace. Okay, but on a real note, Paint put this reference in Discord, and this character, that whole silhouette, slay. And then underneath it, I do like that a lot. I'm worried it's gonna make him look a little more Templar-y, but it's just texture, just quilted texture, so I think that can work. I really like it. Attack on Titan would be sick though. Yeah, so I was going through all my books yesterday, and I have all the box sets for Attack on Titan except for the last box set. I don't know why I haven't bought that. Well, at the time, like I'd finished the manga when it wasn't printed yet. I read the last chapter like on some obscure website online and bawled my eyes out. It was great. Just hunched over my laptop like in the dark, scrolling, crying. It was a good time. It was a good time. Let's see. And for anyone that didn't like the ending on Attack on Titan, get wrecked. I enjoyed it a lot. Okay. I think people hate their favorite thing ending and they become turds. There were obviously there's always valid criticism, some good arguments. Like, oh, what if this happened? Oh, you forgot about this character. The author, what's in their name? What is the name of a person that draws manga? Mangaka? Whatever. The guy who made it. It was so funny in one of the interviews. They were like, oh, whatever happened to this character? And they were just like, completely forgot they exist. And it was so honest and so... Because like in other ways, they planned so many cool intricacies and layers within certain characters. It was just like, oh yeah, forgot about that. Oh, goodness. Do I have an ArtStation page? No. No. All right. I'm gonna bump up the contrast slider here. There's certain definition that I want. I think we can make him pretty now. Also, hello, Sean. Welcome in. Lunch in with art again today. Yeah, this is a good time for a lot of people, I think. Good, good, good. I'm glad you guys tell me that because it makes me happy to have more of y'all here, obviously. But also, it's not really a huge difference for me whether I stream at like noon versus 12:30. So, yeah. Eventually, as my audience grows, I know that probably won't be reasonable to have like a poll on what time to start. But in the beginning, especially, I'm very happy to cater and to include y'all. Let's do the space that's kind of noisy. Lots of stuff. I really enjoyed adding the bases earlier and earlier. All right, it's time to make him pretty. Lisa says, hey, Lisa did not end like Chainsaw Man. What happened with that? Like, I didn't click on enough to care. Like, no, I cared. Why did I say that? I didn't click on it and like investigate, but I saw rumblings. Did you guys see that Sora is getting shut down? That stupid AI video generator thing, because it's violently unprofitable. So it's small, but it's a win. So love it. Love it. If someone can give you the spark notes on what happened with Chainsaw Man, I would appreciate it. Without just saying what the ending was, if that's like, oh, this character dies or whatever. I'd feel bad if someone got spoiled. Let's do zero mesh and same because we got a little bit of funny business going on there. There, just a little flatter, looks good. I think I'd like to add some sort of emblem right here. Maybe just like some cool layering of the belts. None of that's very impactful. I changed my mind. But we're gonna make him pretty. That's what we're gonna do. Sora is dead. I'm so happy. We all are. Otaka says, since you just talked about Attack on Titan, I immediately had the rumbling music in my head once you said rumbling in a totally different context. That's fantastic. I just love, because that's not a spoiler, it can be vague here. Also, watch Attack on Titan if you haven't. Anyway, I love that, like, when a storyline threatens, like, well, if you don't do this, this is gonna happen. But we all know that's not gonna happen. You're just watching the protagonist do their best and they're gonna succeed, maybe in an unconventional way, but they're gonna succeed. They don't. They don't fucking succeed. It is the end of the world. It's awesome. So freaking cool. I really enjoyed that. Through a lot of crying. So much crying. And yeah, so AI is having a really hard time right now. Anyway, because they can't get copyright. There's nothing copyrightable, which means can't keep your monies, which is great. The Supreme Court didn't rule that it can't be copyrighted, but they dismissed a case on it recently, which is a big deal. All right, what kind of hair do I want to give you? Hair. A show where almost no one has plot armor is great and terrifying. I cannot. We're gonna do Attack on Titan spoilers. If you don't want to be spoiled, I'm sorry. This is not the stream for you. I'm so glad that Levi lived. Oh my god, you have no idea. Because, like, in so many ways, that character is the symbol for humanity and hope, right? So it makes sense that they lived but maimed. I loved Aaron as a character too. Such a bastard. So good. And I don't mean good like moral, I mean like interesting and terrible and great. I can kind of do this bit of like a slick back hairstyle. I just don't want him looking too businessy. I don't know, but this is a little Clark Kent, the one on the side. We'll try this. I'll see how it does. Generally speaking, my favorite character isn't the like cult fan favorite like how Levi was, but in that case, he very much so was. Have you guys been around long enough to know that my husband bought me a Levi body pillow? I was horrified. It was not funny. I turned violet. I got rid of it almost immediately. I kept the pillow. Long pillow's cool, but I'm not gonna go far in detail of that. Let's say one side of the pillow was somewhat normal gear and the other side was very made. It was not. Ugh. Anyway, I didn't keep it. I didn't want to keep it. If you're into that, that's totally fine. I am not. And it was traumatic. And watch, now my husband will suspiciously not be in the chat now. Why is this ear hole in such a wrong spot? Whatever. Yeah, I think this hairstyle is fine. I'll make it a little messier, but this is a good start. He's not very pretty yet. Why are his eyeballs falling out of his head? Can you guys see this? What's going on? There we go. That jawline is insane. Eyebrows would help too. Mia has a lewd body pillow. Not in my bingo card. I do not. I did not. I did for about 30 seconds and it was like literally straight to garbage. No, no, no. We don't. No. Why did I even bring this up? Otaka says there are not a lot of characters I get chills just thinking about. Levi's one of them. Absolutely. Such a good character. Oh, that's too bad. Lisa talking about Chainsaw Man. The ending suddenly got rushed in like 2 chapters with a weird dreamlike happy ending that made no sense. I feel like the author was just done with the manga. Oh, that is sad. That sucks. Boo. I do not still have it. What are you even still doing here? Hi, honey. No, I don't. I don't. I don't know what to do other than like a video tour of my entire house, which I'm not doing. Because you want us to make fun of you. Maybe I do. Maybe that's the way I combat why I take myself way too seriously. So maybe this is my coping mechanism. Inquiring minds want to know. Oh my gosh. Yes, Disney did back out of the deal, so there wasn't funding for Sora, or with a huge investor, obviously, which is like super evil. I didn't know Disney. It's like, oh, are you surprised? And I'm like, kind of. I still think of Disney, and I think of like the hand-drawn panels. You know, I know it hasn't been that for a long time, but it did make me very, very, very sad. All right, eyebrows and eyelashes. I think we're gonna do both with this one. The details between a male and female face are so small that honestly, one of the things I do differentiate it, other than adding a lot more fat to the cheeks, is this eyelash brick or something. So I'm a little curious to see how it's going to work out putting it on a male character. But I think especially because it's Faye, I think it's going to work out really nice. There we go. We joke about like the stream bingo card. Is that something you guys do? Is that still a thing? I feel like I would know. I mean, it's my Discord channel or Discord server. I feel like you guys can't hide channels from me, right? I think that's default how that works. If I'm admin, I can see everything in the server. I don't know. I know Aloha fundamentally has a better understanding of Discord than I do, which is infinitely funny and problematic. No kidding. Sean said that tech companies are spending $700 billion this year on AI development. And what's interesting about that is like it's a big umbrella thing, right? Because you have AI that is helping doctors diagnose cancer or anomalies in radiographs versus you have art scraping glop. You know what I mean? Like to say all AI is bad is not true. But it doesn't need to be in a creative space. You know, I don't understand that. It reminds me of that meme of like, ha, you see them, look what it takes them to mimic only a fraction of our power kind of thing. But also like, ugh. All right, let's soften this face a bit. Kind of more like this. Just gonna save first. Hello, non-sleeper. I love seeing your asset library. Always makes me happy. Oh yeah, cool. I feel like I don't show it very much anymore, but I'm glad. No, I do. Okay, good. I'm glad. Yeah, when I was discussing AI, I always make sure to specify generative AI. Very good. Yeah, and like I would never say like I used AI or generative AI. I like the splashes that I find on Pinterest where it's like a grid of like a 10 by 10 and they're pretty much like a bunch of little stick figure silhouettes. Like I do find that helpful. Never to zoom in or to reference in that way. It's concepting, but immediately it went way too far and I was just like, okay, never mind. This is why we cannot have nice things. There is no ethical way to even use it a little bit, which did bum me out. I was like, can we not be just full evil? And the answer was a pretty resounding no. Has to be full evil. I'm like, okay then. We are creating this Fae ear shape, and it is not gonna fight me. It's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be really nice to me, it said. Very nice. All right, we are now going to do some heavy work on the face here in bone structure and all of that goodness. First thing I'm going to do is find a way to balance this heavier brow with the rest of the features. I'm going to keep the heavy brow and then soften the rest of the features. When working on the face and stylizing the face, never underestimate how much the neck plays into that silhouette. It's more than you think. And don't always think about removing. I recommend, if you're really not sure about the forms, taking a clay brush and adding and removing material instead of just using the move brush. It kind of forces you to isolate and pay attention more to like a single plane. When you grab the move brush, you might be spilling over like 3 different planes and destroying like a bony landmark. We want those, you know, really high, beautiful cheekbone. Beautiful being in the terms of a fae. I feel like round, softer faces don't get enough love sometimes. It's always like, oh, how sharp and angled can your features be? I don't have as round of a face as I did when I was younger, which I literally had like a circle head up until a few years ago. But I've always liked that my cheeks are a bit more full and I don't have very pronounced cheekbones. Don't give it a big nose, Mia. Resist the urge, Faye. If you want to use your smooth brush to remove like noise but not change the form too much, hold down Shift, click down on your pen, keep your pen held down, let go of Shift, and then continue using your smooth brush. Your pen never came off, and it will target just like, it changes like the brush mode and the way it interacts. Oh my goodness, you know Mr. M3DM watches this channel. You can't make that joke. Oh my god, of course my husband's all on it. Amazing. Kind of with like this small mouth with this exaggerated Cupid's bow, I think it's going to fit this character really well. There we go. Almost done with the edits on this face. Not going as pretty, as stylized as I was kind of wanting to at the beginning of the stream, but that is not what this stream is about. It's about the whole character. Yeah, like this transition point behind the ear is really, or that muscle. Looking a lot more Faye here. The nose still needs a little bit of work. The bridge especially. Let's make that bridge more narrow. And then make the glabella a little bigger. All right, I'm going to use my damn standard brush and outline the lips. The eyelash brick looks ridiculous a little bit, but mostly because it's not on the face. And I don't need to give him this intense cat eye. Make this smaller. And then the angle of his eyes, I don't really like right now. It's not very Faye. It doesn't have to be super angled and slanted, but definitely softer than this. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that upper eyelid and then pull that brow bone up. And to do that, I'm actually just gonna soften it. Well, I'll pull it up first, redo the mask, pull it up more, and then soften. Give me a little bit more control of where to place this eyelash brick. I also forgot to outline the bottom of the eyes here. Gosh, if I don't have lazy mouse on with damn standard, I completely forget how to use the brush. I have certain brushes I always have settings enabled on, so when I don't, I'm like, why is it like this? The top of the eye looks really weird, but I'm gonna use this brick to define all the different turns and stuff for me. Other than his eyes ending up a little small, I do like it. much better than before. Much more fitting for this character. Though his head is teeny tiny. His head is way too small. So I will need to fix that. Hello, just lingual. Stim. Strim indeed. We're gonna go ahead and add the wings. I haven't colored in my characters on screen in quite some time. Just haven't felt like it. Need to make these more monarchy. Let's remove this bottom piece. The top is fine. All right, let's isolate this and get this as monarch shaped as we can. I'm gonna turn off perspective to make sure it's as flat as possible. I'm gonna mirror and weld across the Z axis, and then I can work on both planes at once. Very good. All right, let's get shapey. Turn on Z, rotate. I'm looking at this reference and this reference. It has a very distinct flat top. That's going to be the most important part of this. So how about I just rotate this so it's flat, make my life easier. I don't know how much I can mess with this without having to just resculpt the whole thing. If I'm really careful with it, I think I can do a good job. All right, so straight line out, nice curve on the end, comes back in. And then some wobbliness here is good. We're gonna go ahead and Dynamesh so that the forms fight me a little less. And a contrast bump. There is a subtle curve right here as well, and this is actually a bit more pointed. There we go. Technically the dots are on the end of the wings. I'm not concerned about it being that perfect. All right, let's hide everything and now create the lower section. It really has this beautiful bell shape here. I wonder if I can mirror and weld this across the x-axis and get a similar effect. Yeah, kind of like that. I'm gonna need to turn off local symmetry and kind of scoop this to the middle of my scene to get to that x-axis part. Right here, rotate, guys, keep scooting over. Scoot. I'm gonna have to go all the way over. Too far. Ah, I am disoriented now. There we go. This is gonna have to be careful. Move brush. It is completely round. There we go. Could it be Luna Moth wings? Nope, the request was specifically for Monarch. Though I do love Luna Moth wings and I already have them. Did you just put a gif of so you did? The current face reminds me, yeah, it does look kind of like Solus, doesn't it? The Dragon Age reference will always be strong. awesome. We got some wings. Oh, thank you, non-sleeper. Thank you so much. Got my mystery box. Awesome value and such wonderful things inside. Everyone should get one, as always. We love our mentor and Ricky, who works so hard behind the scenes, and we adore your art. Cheers. Oh, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. 1 week left, speaking of, on those collector crates before they change for next month. So the Angry Cat, Taverb Cat, Feline Cat, Kitten. Anyway, only available in March. But I'm so glad everyone that's gotten it has really enjoyed it. We had so much fun putting them together. And because they went so well, we got some fun stuff that were kind of, Ricky, myself, and Aloha has had some really good ideas of new stuff to put in them in upcoming months. Thank you so much. I'm so glad it got to you okay, because international shipping is really pricey. So I really wanted to make sure that you got it. Good, good, good. That makes me very happy. I was thinking about this morning over my coffee. I was like, you should have got his package by now. Good. That made my whole stream even better. That was awesome. Always good to hear good news. Let's get X-axis symmetry working on here, shall we? Come on. There we go. What's the easiest way to get rid of these dots? I'm actually surprised how much they're holding on. Is there a color you want to see the angry cat as? Personally, I imagined it as orange because I am thinking of Kyo from Fruits Basket, but that's just my personal thought. You can do obviously whatever color that you want. But that was my whole thought behind that, that cat. Fruits Basket was actually the first manga that I ever bought the box set for. And by box set, I just mean getting all the books. I didn't get like a fancy box set. I bought them individually used on Amazon, one piece at a time. So I think with like my manga collection, I have 3, which isn't a ton, but I only buy books if I like absolutely can't live without the series. So that's Fruits Basket, Kami-sama Kiss, and Attack on Titan, which technically is not finished. I am missing the last box set of Attack on Titan. I need to buy that. Oh, and also a reminder, I think everyone saw this, but if you bought the collector's crate, which is available at my website now, and if you paint the cat, which is like the exclusive Taver pet for the month, and post it in Discord, I'll give you 10% off your next box, because I just think that's really fun. Speaking of, since we're talking about this, I'm so glad you guys mentioned it. I need you guys to pick next month's pet. So I'm going to do a small detour here, and I will need to get a poll going. Let's see, Taver Pet. Taver Pet season 1 or season 1 really though? God, I love that I do that. I'm gonna go with really though. All right, here are all of the Taver Pets from season 1. We have the orange cat, that was for March. Tell me what you guys you want for April's. We have 1 million on here, so although if you make a poll for this in Discord, you don't have to do like every single pet, obviously. Maybe just whatever people say in the comments, the top 3 or 4 or so. And I'll need to let Reaper know, because I'm hoping to get stickers made of these at some point. Yay, my logo is now part of these other stickers. I love it. Okay, the Cherry Blossom Dragon. That'd be a good pick. With the little coin. Really cute. one moment here. I'm trying to grab something. The dragon got 2 votes. I legally cannot vote. Are you under 18? Purple floppy hat. Oh yeah, the wizard's a cute one too. Cherry dragon because spring. These are all very compelling. Yeah, my shop's being weird again. Bummer. I'll need to fix that. Last time my shop went down because Paint bought something, thanks. I went to fix it, and as I went to fix it, it just fixed itself, which is really annoying. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Cherry Blossom Dragon would be a fantastic pick for April. Very spring. Tons of flowers starting to bloom in East Tennessee right now. Well, easy. I don't think we have to do a poll then. We are all in agreement. Oh my gosh, Aloha did do an epic poll though. Good. I'm voting for Cherry Blossom Dragon, and you guys can too. This is now live in Discord under Tab of Chronicle. There was a million. Oh yeah, the rust bug. Snake. Bunny rabbit duck. The bundling. Empress says, if I vote, I want the snail or the beeb. I don't know if I'd be able to buy a box. That's I cannot vote. You can always vote. But I get you. Like, it would be counterintuitive to vote if you know you can't buy a box next month, because then you can't get it later if you were going to buy a box. Yeah, everyone's like, are you young? Like, I don't think you're under 18. We're all like, why can't you vote? Oh my gosh. Medelia says, I just got back, but perhaps Iowa is not that much worse than Idaho. As someone that's been to both states, Idaho is way better. Just, okay. Oh, and then I do have a link to that collector's crate. I went and grabbed it since my freaking store is broken again. Watch, I'm gonna go look at my store page in WooCommerce and it's gonna be like, just kidding. I'm fine. This is kind of a nice break for me too. Got a lot of really good work done on that butterfly fae. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, just budget, which is why I'm trying to be like Mia. She's legit what I want my future to be. I need to work harder though. Just focus on consistent. Don't worry about working harder. You're already working plenty hard. And I want you to burn yourself out, hun. Because that was part of the Mia journey. I did that a few times. Oh, something that helped me that might help you, Empress. I used to focus on how many models I got done a month or a week. I always try to get at least 4 done a week. And that kind of made me feel like a factory and kind of made me less happy. So instead, I just focus on how many hours I get done in ZBrush. I only count my ZBrush time. I don't count emails or any of that crap, just ZBrush. And that was really helpful for me. What happened was that I feel good spending more time on models that need it, as opposed to like feeling it's less valuable because I could have gotten a smaller model done fast just to get a number. And anyway. Oh, that's so sweet of you, non-sleeper. If you want to do that, we can arrange that. I can have you just PayPal me directly, and then I can pick up, I can ask Empress for her address and send her one. That can definitely be arranged. I'm sure Empress is sitting there just like, can I accept this? Yes, you can. Non-sleeper is super nice and they mean it. Give me a treat for you working so hard. All right, I won't fuss over my shop anymore. Hey, Taylor. Gotta collect them all, right? Sean says, OMG, that is sweet. Doesn't surprise me. Non-sleeper's always been like that. They're a combination of sweet and then like they're totally like out-of-pocket jokes, joking about like Mia assets. Fantastic. It's all part of the package that is non-sleeper. All right, Cherry Blossom Dragon is in the lead right now. We do have a vote for Buzz, the bunny rabbit duck, Moo the mushroom, of course. That must be a vote from Aloha. Oh no, it's from Ricky. There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. My guys, I have to draw this shit and the top answer is Cherry. Yeah, it is. That is gonna be the hardest one to make into a sticker. Have fun. And Non-Sleeper says, thanks for your help with this, Mia. Absolutely. Reaper's already crying. Then it was a good pick. No, I'm just kidding. Poor Reaper. All right, that awful gif. And then Non-Sleeper, whenever you want to buy that box for them, let me know. Just send me a DM and we'll get all of that sorted out. But we'll do that. That'll be fun. All right, well, since we talked about this, let's go ahead and post-process the Cherry Blossom Dragon, shall we? Get this all ready. That's my polite way of saying if I don't do it right now, I'm gonna forget. All right, we don't need to do anything with the coin. And then the rest of it, we should be able to just divide. That way it's not so pixelated looking. But the tricky thing is I really don't want to detail anything. I want it to stay just about the way it is. Smooth, cute, easy to paint. That's one of the most important parts to me about these Hover pets is that they're easy to paint. And I don't think we need to create a new item for this. For the cat, I made this little yarn ball that fits on the base. But because this one's holding that coin, I think that's good. Very good. Empress, isn't your birthday coming up soon too? Let me check the exact day. Yeah, it's May. Very, very early May. Very, very good. That's what I thought. They are indeed easy to paint. I like it. All right, let's scoot this flower over just a touch. Yeah, I think it really needs to be on this side. Yeah, poor Reaper. This is a tough one. And then you're gonna have to figure out how to kind of handle these styles and stuff and how you want to do the sticker because there's a ton of different ways you can do it. You can go pretty literal just based on my own design if you want and style. But I'll leave it up to you. If you want, Reaper, you can skip the Angry Cat, unless you've already started it, and get started on this one, because if we get it done soon enough, maybe I can get these stickers out with the box, which would be really cool. Yeah, I like adding the little nose. I think that's important. Cute. All right, I don't think there's too much I really need to change on this, other than just adding some like fluidity, some curves, and some spots. We're gonna go ahead and Dynamesh this at a high resolution. In May, yeah, that's what I thought. So it's almost like a really early birthday present. All right, what's a really good way to get this seam filled in? Let's turn off the alpha. Because I want this to have a pretty smooth transition. But with the chibis, it's very important that you don't let things get like lumpy. So you have to be really light-handed. Because in some areas you do want this crease like under the neck. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep that just as it is. There we go. Oh, this is a cute one. I wanted to turn this flower so that it like affected the silhouette more, but I like this because then we don't have any overhangs for 3D printing. All right, this is being a little finicky, so let's just help it out with a mask. There we go. That's all I had to do. Just keeping track of all these little leaves. Oh, if I remember correctly, I think just lingual already has the bundling. Right? I gave that to you. Cutie. Almost done. A couple more seams I want to fill in and smooth out. So right here you can kind of see that it's not perfectly smooth right there, which I'm okay with because it's actually easier to smooth that out once I lower the resolution, which I'll be doing pretty soon here. All right, we have a good flow, good amount of curves. We're set. Decimate. Oh, cool. Aloha said, speaking of which, I'm working on this super secret stuff right now. I think the reveal will be really cool. Me too, I'm excited. Aloha is always doing something mysterious. It's true. I know what they're doing about half the time. This design came out so cute. And then will I be adding small scales on the skin scattered in small clusters here and there? I thought about it. I don't think so because I'm gonna let the smaller detail be on the flowers. Normally I would, but to match all the other Tabber pets and how smooth they are, I'm gonna leave it that way. It'll make it a little easier for people to kind of do whatever kind of paint designs they want. I know someone wants to paint it like a ceramic vase, like that white with the blue. Man, what is that called? You know what I'm talking about. There we go, and smooth. I couldn't resist adding the little nostrils though. I think that was important. Cute, cute, cute. All right. I think we're set here. I wish that flower was a little more tucked in. That one kind of got away from me. There we go. Much better. And then that should touch the ground, and it does. Perfect. All right. Very happy with that. And then what do I want to do with these little overhangs? And again, overhangs are fine. I'm just being very, very picky with this because I want it to be so easy to paint and print. There we go. And a lot of this, if you just put a little extra time into it, you can solve pretty easily. Cute. All right, I'm happy with that. Even in pure white, it looks really nice. Porcelain, China porcelain. Yep, thank you guys. I'm like, you know, the vase with the white. Oh my goodness. How funny. There we go. I was like, it's not wanting to pick that up. All right, we're gonna separate this base piece here, also lose the color so I can really kind of dial into the shape. Inflate it just a touch. Very good. Oh, it's gonna be a cute one. Maybe I'll be able to paint it this month too. I meant to paint the angry cat and just totally lost track of time. That might be a fun thing to do in the Discord together, y'all. We could kind of sit down and do a little paint jam. Sounds good, Sean. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good day teaching. I wish I had an art teacher like Sean growing up. I can just tell. Good vibes. I couldn't stand my art teacher for kindergarten through 8th grade. And in high school, I didn't have one. Didn't take art. I didn't take like any electives in high school. I almost had an issue with graduating because I took so few electives. And I was like, are you serious? I took too many core classes. I also had too many absences. I hit the max. I hit over 18. I think I had 20 days missed. So I had to go to Thursday school. Yeah, that was weird. I was like with all the delinquents and I was like in line to be valedictorian. And I'm like, hate school. All right, that looks good. Gonna merge these down, pick this up, and then I have a post-processing area for Taverpet so I can keep them consistent sizing. Taverpet collector's crate ready. There it is. Now look how big they are compared to a human being. Again, because they're meant to be like fun, easy paints. Mega cat. Oh, that's really funny to me. This one might be kind of spot on as is. There we go. Need to trim the bottom of this. There we go. We have our 2 Taverpets. All right. I guess I should put it on this side to be accurate. So we have March and April. Thank you guys for voting and having feedback on that. Paint says, I would love to do a paint jam. I'd be happy to teach some stuff if needed. That would be fun. Another thing to put on Aloha's list. I think it'd be fun to have like an event, maybe like a Saturday that we all kind of like hop in that channel Aloha's already kind of drafting with the voice chat and stuff. Yeah. The cleanup was easy on this. It was nice. Just Lingual said, I couldn't graduate in high school because I had too many credits. What? I almost finished my associates before going to high school. I didn't know how to transfer credits and it became a mess. That's really funny. Oh my goodness. Taylor saying clever girl just lingual is hilarious to me because I think you might just be joking, but for a long time we all called Aloha a lady, and if you're calling just lingual a lady, that's also really funny to me because now it's happened twice, and I don't hate that. I think it's very funny. Sean said, I will do this Saturday. I'm available. I mean, absolutely. I mean, you guys can also just arrange is needed. What's a time that works for you, Sean's, and for Paint for Saturday? I am very non-committal. I have D&D from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., so I will probably not be there, but if you guys want to hang out, go nuts. I want to be able to lurk. I mentioned this before. I get all weird and sweaty in voice chat. Oh, just a Jurassic Park reference. I figured it was a reference, but I didn't get it. I get it now. I'm gonna get this sent over to Ricky, and he's gonna be so excited that I actually got something to him, not last minute. Bless his heart, seriously. Good man. All right, ZBrush, why were you so laggy just then? You scared me, like you were gonna crash. I'm just thinking about it. All right, yeah, what is this? What do you think you're, oh, it's YouTube exploding. We're just gonna refresh that then. Oh, YouTube. Being so greedy. It's way worse in Chrome. In Safari, it does like auto refresh itself every now and then. Empress says, Mia, question. What would be the best use cases for the contrast slider? Genuinely not joking, all the time. I use it constantly. The only thing is that you don't want to use it after you've like post-processed and you're really low poly. It might get a little crunchy looking, but if you have like medium amount of polys, crank it up. Crank it to where it's broken and then scale it down a little bit. Good every time, all the time. Easiest hack I can recommend. Thank Ray for that. I'm honored to be referenced to a velociraptor. There we go. There's people getting the reference. Good. I'm glad you guys are doing the communicate. I'm sorry, Taylor. Sometimes I just... Is the cat just one piece or separate? Okay, to keep it separate. That makes sense. Empress says, ooh, thank you. All right, that's looking really good. Let's go ahead and merge these down. I'm gonna name these based on the month that they were put into a collector's crate. March, April. Go ahead and save this. And yeah, Empress, the reason why I was hemming and hawing over when your birthday was, even though I was pretty sure it wasn't next month, was because if Non-Sleeper is going to buy you the collector's crate for next month, I thought it'd be cute if I kind of sweetened the deal and offered you a free month of mentorship. But I was like, it's kind of weird to do it not your birthday month. But that's what I was thinking of. I'm open to doing that though. I feel like you're really close to starting to actually get your stuff on Marketplace. And you probably would ask really good questions like Paint already is about like, art business and that kind of stuff. And that kind of just helps the value for everybody on stream too. So if that's something that you're interested in, I have no problem. I'd be very happy to give you a little pro bono, there we go, month of mentorship. Because technically the mentorship doesn't cost me anything. So the collector's crate, it's about the same price as mentorship. So ironically, it'd be like non-sleeper paid for your mentorship and the box. So yeah, just food for thought. If you want to wait to redeem that for your birthday month, I totally understand. But if you're like, now, that's also cool. Cherry Blossom Dragon. Tabard Pet. Sweet. There we go. Empress says, oh, I'd be so interested in that once the time comes. Of course, you just let me know. All right, I'm gonna drop this into Tabard Pets on Google. All right, honey. Ricky, I actually have it up early so we can get it printed a whole week in advance. So we can have the collector's crate drop like April, whatever the first Monday is. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's hop back over to our main event again. That was a fun little detour, which we'll do once a month. Yeah, he's handsome. I like this. The basement man rejoices. He does. All right, y'all, I'm gonna take a break. And by that, I mean, I'm gonna sit here and hyperfixate on my stupid shop website, shop page not working half the goddamn time. I'm gonna figure that out in the next 10 minutes or so while I sip water angrily because I ate a whole box of mac and cheese before stream, so I'm not hungry. Enjoy your break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Yeah. Roll out your shoulders, get some water, get a snack, unclench your jaw if you're just single. And I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back. I sent you a DM on Discord, non-sleeper, with some details kind of hashing out what we're going to get set up for Empress. And then I had my husband come in during break, just kind of talk through with him really quick, because whenever I'm doing stuff that's logistics, I like to run it by him, because if it was up to me, I'd have no business. I'd run us into the ground and give everything away for free. When I first did my business, everything was free. Anyway, because non-sleeper is interested in sponsoring one of my students, Empress, for a month, I thought it'd be smart if I just match whatever your donation was. So if you're going to buy her 1 month of mentorship, I will teach her for 2. Does that make sense? You don't need to pay for 2. I'm just going to match you. So I think that'd be a smart way to do it. And then that'll kind of give her a bit of a boost as she comes into selling her stuff for the first time. I think it was perfect. I don't think she really needed that much support in the last 6 months or so. I don't think. It seemed like she did really good kind of navigating by herself. But at this point, now she's trying to go into the marketplace. It's a good time for support again. Yeah. Yes. Sweet. Non-sleeper said that's okay. Sweet. And yeah, so I'll match the offer. So congratulations, Empress. You now have 2 months of mentorship. If you want, you can start that now. And that will go until the end of May. I don't care about March 25th to March 31st or whatever. Just consider it on the house, on the tapper. For anyone else watching, just if there is anyone else that is feeling especially generous and would like to sponsor Empress for a month, let me know. I can get that set up. It's $30 for a month, so $1 a day, and I'll match that. So anyone that buys her a month, it ends up being 2. Just putting it out there. No pressure at all. All right, sounds good. And on Sleeper, I will get you that PayPal invoice. I'll set up after my stream. So I'll send you a link and you'll be able to pay that, no problem. Thank you so much. You guys are sweeties. I think I've killed Empress. It's a good thing. I saw there was some good momentum there, and I was like, let me get that going. I'm just excited for more Empress art. Good stuff. Empress said, y'all are gonna make me go over my yearly cry calf. You're sweet. Thank y'all so much. Of course, you're very, very welcome. Again, you work hard, and you've been working hard. So what goes around comes around, you know? That is for 2 days for Empress. Yeah, absolutely. I can work with that, honestly. And Loa said, Mia, probably won't make a big difference, but just want to give you a quick heads up on the possum folk. There are little geometry pieces which are teeny tiny. No, you're good. It's all cleaned up. That isn't the post-process version. You good? All that gets vacuumed away. I appreciate you bringing it up though, just in case. Yeah, was it right by the potion bottles? Yeah, I noticed that too. I had to scoop those out in a mesh mixer. No, you're cute. In case there's a worry. Yeah, no, you're good. You're so sweet. It takes a village. It does. Okay, well, perfect. We'll say that Just Lingual's donation covers you for these few days in the last little bit of March. Just to be extra crunchy technical about it. Cute. Thank you, Just Lingual. Sweet, sweet. All right, I think we are ready to hop back into it, okay? The face is a little soullessy. I like it. I think I want to give him more hair, but I don't... I'll just make it too lady. Paint said, I'm lost. What is happening? I've been troubleshooting a PC for right now. Non-sleeper is sponsoring Empress. So he is going to pay for her mentorship for a month and buy her collector's crate as a little treat. But because he's buying her a month of mentorship, then I am going to match that. So she'll get another month of mentorship for free. Because it is a budget issue and it is tight. You know, it's a really tricky thing. So yeah, so it's perfect. I still end up getting paid, and then Empress gets to have that support as they come into her own. Other support for Mia and money for Tabard Empress Fund. Oh, cute. I like it. I like it. Thank you, Aloha. I'll need to write these down and keep a tally. So I'm saying that anyone that donates now, or if you'd like to buy a month of mentorship for Empress, I will match it. So it will be double. And since mentorship is $1 a day, every dollar you donate is a day. And then I just double it. Yeah, isn't that sweet? And you guys know she deserves it too. Yes. I love it. And I just think it's a really good show of community support too. Nice, nice. Thank you, Paint. I like that you're chiming in too. All right, where is the... There we go. Yeah. Awesome. Kind of define that jawline a little bit here. It's a little too sucked in, so let's kind of round that face off and bring the cheekbones in just a little bit. There we go. I like that. Paint said, I cannot do money, but I can do labor and time. Always valuable. Empress says, experiencing community is always such a shell shock, isn't it? I feel the same way with this community all the time. All the time. I know exactly what you're talking about. Makes me really happy. I'm all like business mode, talking focus, but inside I'm just like absolutely melting. I just think this is the sweetest thing. But business, focus. We're on a mission. Good. Extrude move, poly loop. I'm just excited to have more Empress stuff to critique and review. It's gonna be awesome. It's being a little funny right here. I just want the edge. Why are you not respecting? What if I do like this? What if I force the issue? Ah. What if I do edge loop? There we go. Edge loop, not poly loop. Aha, I figured it out. Do the same thing. Now it does respect the mask. Very good. Cool. Ricky says cleaning our gutters is worth a $10 donation for anyone interested. Ricky has been, I've had it on a sticky note for Ricky to clean the gutters since like November. Come on, honey. Get back to the basement man. We're celebrating. Oh my gosh. I like the light. Amazing. Empress says, yes, let's get back to making a gorgeous Fae man. I feel that. It's like, the spotlight. No, you're good, hun. All right. Gonna remember that literally forever. Adorable, adorable. Love this community. My people. I want him to look a little more mature. Let me think. And less worried looking. Empress said, I am weirdly excited for Mia to rip the models I've made for my friends apart. They might be fine for friends, but are they business worthy? Find out in the next episode. You betcha. I'm excited too. It's true. When Mia saw my models toward the end of my mentorship, she would beat me at the club. She found anything not up to scratch. It's true. Nah. I think it's Paint. God, Paint has been one of my longest students, so they've seen all kinds of sides. Paint, wasn't there one time I looked at one of your models and I straight up was just like, you can do better. Just do it again. Like, I don't even think I reviewed it. I was just like, no. Obviously, I'm usually much more specific. But they didn't need me to be, and it was better. I think I want to add some braids. Oh yeah, non-sleeper? Yeah, you might be the longest. Longest term student and the oldest. I think so. I think you win twice. Oh, interesting. Ataka says the camera and sound aren't quite in sync. I don't know. Anyone else? One second. I'm gonna stop the stream and start the stream. You might see black for like 3 seconds. Don't panic. That should help. We'll see how that does. I think our internet was lagging. That's all. I can see it was buffering on my side. I love how I'm like, stay calm, and Sean's like, nah, never panic. I just love immediately, like, stay calm. Panic! Yeah, refresh, it might help. We're synced. 10-4. Phew! You guys are fun. Okay, big fan of the side braid. C-brush. Yeah, big poop. You know I'm actually really mad when I don't swear. When I say stuff like, yeah, big poop. That's how you know I'm actually mad. There we go. We actually didn't lose any progress, so I can't be that mad. No lesbian mullet. No. I decided not. I know. Trash stream. Ricky and I love whenever we're playing a game that we really like, or that was like super like heavily criticized or something. Like when anything happens in it at all, like a loading screen or like the smallest bug, we're like, trash game. A Viking braid? That's a good idea. I might do that. I want the long hair thing. Nick, that's That's Miguel. Hello. Hey, girl. Hey. Good luck on your stream today. Hello. Thank you. I love when you stop in. We're making a pretty butterfly man today. Right now we're discussing different hairstyles. There we go. There. Little bauble. Tiny ridiculous detail, but it brings me joy. So that's what we're doing. I'm very happy that we had like de-chatified his face. I think adding a braid is a good idea because having the short hair doesn't make sense. So the Viking braid just means it comes higher up, kind of like a French braid but with a shaved side. So I think we're most of the way there. I should really know. I did an entire Viking collection. Braid. Braid. I can't remember which student I had. It was a guy, and they did a braid, but they used a braid brush, but upside down, which is totally fair. Like they did it like this, and I was like, "You're so close," but not quite. All right, I don't want to do it this way. It's being a little silly, so I'll change this to once C, and kind of just funny curve this to the head. All right, I think I have enough of these pieces here where I can fluff this up and add it. And I can have this make it look more like it is his hair is being pulled back. Yeah. That's a good question. So Empress said, so is this supposed to be like generic Fae warrior guy, or do we know anything more about his temperament? So this was a Kickstarter request that someone paid for. And the exact request is from Ken. Thank you, Ken. A male monarch butterfly fae with spear. That's it. No good afternoon. No, this is my request. Those are the words they said, and that was it. Beautiful. Really to the point. Thanks, Ken. His temperament is to slay. Oh, I love you guys. Yay. All right. We're gonna leave that there. This brush gets really thin at the end. Crease, subdivide a few times, very good. The best type of requester, right? So fun. Though I do have a caveat to that if it's like a really confusing request, like the guy that requested the like literal spider wolf monstrosity, that was kind of tricky. Did I show you guys that one finished? No, there's no way I did. Let me pivot really quick to show you that. There it is. Oh, and then really quick, because we have Miguel here, and I meant to send you a screenshot of this, Miguel, and I forgot. I did a possum with a bunch of little babies. Little possum herbalist. Isn't it so cute? Oh, so this was a fun journey. Yeah. We got there. We got there. That was yesterday's stream. Okay, so that's the possum. And then, oh, one more thing about the possum. This was actually from Empress's idea. This little baby in the grabbing the edge of the backpack. We also have another little screamy baby in this little pocket. Way too fun. All right, moving on. Literal wolf spider guardian. I don't have it on my PC anymore because once I finish it, I just move on. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in quick saves. Right here. This one was tricky, but it ended up coming out really pretty. It's a literal wolf spider. So weird. I would love to revisit challenging designs like this even in a few years, because I still think there's room for improvement on the way that it's balanced, but pretty happy with it. Especially when it gets like a fancy render on it. Do I have the right render on here? Is it gonna do like mud ZBrush? No, there we go. Isn't that nice? I like that. That was weird. So this request had a longer backstory on it, but I was grateful for it because I was like, you want what? All right, back to on task. I know the little babies. Hello, Ron Swanson's mustache. Welcome back, welcome in. Isn't that a nice touch? Oh, Miguel's just screaming. That's so cute. That's why you're my OG art friend. Okay, so monarchs are known to be bold and curious, so we can lean into that for the hair maybe. I need hair references. I need something fabulous, something inspiring in Taver Chronicles, please. Because this is a little timid. So, Empress, now that you're officially a student again, thank you to community for sponsoring her. She's worth it. Contrast slider. So hair is a little, it's fine. Contrast. Isn't that crazy? Just like, boom. Use it all of the time. If you think you're using it too much, use it some more. That's my advice. Oh my goodness. You guys are the best cheerleaders. Side curls. Like here? I like this braid. I think this one little braid detail is fun. Oh, I also want a pose idea. If we can get a really good pose idea for he wields a spear, that would be great. It is time to watch Office Space again. It's been a hot minute. If we could get those pose ideas, that would be great. Oh, I love that movie so much. Ataka says, oh, I have just the reference. My head. Give me a sec. Do you have a fun hairstyle? Oh my goodness. We're getting some Ataka lore here. I like it. Okay, in the meantime, I should probably detail things I know how to detail, shouldn't I? All right, we're gonna frame mesh here, add a little tiny trim detail. Go here, dynamic, add thickness. So much hemming and hawing, and then I'm like, okay, I'll do my job, and then it's like, bam, detail. And then we'll add some fabric folds. Again, nothing special here. I just use the standard brush. I'm adding and subtracting material, just like so. Wow, I need a poly or two to do that. There we go. That's a good reference. Good Lord, Paint. Could you have picked a harder reference? As my... There we go. We know that would be so difficult. Those are good references. Very fancy. Not right now, but in summer camp, the girls like to mess with my hair. Okay, if it's actually a picture of you, I need to... That's very, very slay, very intense. I love that. The pose and the spear. This is such a good pose. That'd be so difficult to do. Anything that has like an armpit up is just death. It is sick. That is a good reference. That is good. You do have really nice hair. Cool, I don't have to worry about like if you're weird about showing your face because you didn't show your face. It does make me laugh because that's like my favorite go-to hairstyle as well. I don't do the braid because I can't braid behind my head, but I do the same thing, which I just think is funny. Hair buddies. I have a hard time doing the braid. Arms get tired and I don't really have that much hair. So like, it just turns into this like little skinny braid. Actually, you have very similar hair texture to me. It is also really fluffy and fine. We are hair buddies. Just do a T-pose and say they're meditating. See, those are the kind of... That's the kind of advice I need, guys. Minimum effort for maximum output. Hello, Reaper. Welcome in. Oh, we have so many pose ideas. One leg, back knee slightly bent, two hands on the spear stuck in the ground, an aggressive angle, hair flowing. Kind of like planting like a flag or something. That'd be cool. Okay, too many good pose ideas. Aloha and Reaper, argue and bicker, mods, pick the best hairstyle and the best pose. I don't want to pick for some reason right now. They're all really good ideas. There's really nothing on here that I wouldn't do, except for this one because it's too hard. But if you guys pick it, I would do it because it is so good. That is a fantastic pose. Oh, and with the wings. But this one's so much easier and has good personality. Please don't make me sculpt an armpit. That's also fabulous. Man, Paint is killing it with the references today. Thank you, Paint. That's a good one. No armpit needed. Paint making their case. Please. Oh my god, Miguel. Hell yeah. T-pose. Let's go. No. You got this, boss. No. I'm just gonna number them and roll a dice. That's not a bad idea, actually. That is not a bad idea. All right. Because, like, we do tabletop stuff here, so a bunch of references, and they were all good. Rolling a dice and then counting, I think would be really smart. Sounds good, Shans. And then Reaper says, I personally like this one. That's true. I like this one too. I have a hard time keeping it on the base though, because the spear would extend so much farther past. Like I mostly play online, but when I do play in person, it's really annoying when my mini doesn't stay roughly in their box, because if it has a spear and I move it around, I hit everyone next to me because their dumb spear hangs off so far. It's not a big deal online, but yeah. All right, this was all started from I needed a hairstyle and then I said needed a pose. This one is so good. I've done this pose once before. I recognize it. I did it for my Earthborn Genasi. I haven't sculpted in a bit. I'm just talking now. I need to do that. I like this a lot. All right. This one's a little too monk as opposed to warrior. But honestly, a Fey warrior with a spear, it's going to kind of read as a monk anyway. Energy good, and then this one. Yeah, that's really good. If not, then different one. All right, we're going to do it. All right, Paint, rejoice. We're picking your dumb, super difficult pose. I might suffer off stream for that. We'll see. It's such a good pose. It's going to print really well. We have multiple points of contact. Everybody wins. Fantastic silhouette. This would just fly off the shelves. Hey, Jimmy's back. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Good afternoon from your newest merchant subscriber. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you ended up picking up the merchant sub. I think that's going to be good. I think that's going to be good for you. So many options. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, seriously. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I'm also just happy to have you back in the stream too. Oh, that means you can put in your first model request. I am super excited to see what you're going to ask for. You can put in a request every month. So you have 1 week left for March. Don't forget. Very good. Oh good, my peasants were saying hi to Jimmy this time. Maybe have the spear in the ground to make good contact. Absolutely. Absolutely how I'll do that. And I'll probably have it kind of like nudged against these this foliage to make it even stronger. Oh, that's right, the Death Cleric Rabbit, which you said was your wife's character, right? That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be so awesome. But yeah, welcome to the Tadverb. All right, more details. thickness, apply. Let's do a crease, subdivide. Got a lot of really good ideas on this, and it is time for me to work. I did a nice job, pretty much taking a break on camera, just gabbing. I gotta do the thing now. I'm not saying that to you guys. Keep talking, keep doing your thing. I'm saying it out loud to hopefully give myself more accountability to not just chatter with you guys. It's been a good day for paint. And it's funny because you put that pose idea up and I'm like, I'm not doing that. That's going to be really difficult. And that's what got picked. You know what? I'm not even mad about it. I know I can do it and I can do a good job. Maybe I'll give him like a little half shirt thing to avoid sculpting armpits. Guys, I hate sculpting armpits. They're kind of like knees. Knees, elbows, and armpits. They're just not flattering parts of the body, but if you don't get them right, it's surprisingly distracting. So, yeah. We're not going to detail the pants very much because there's going to be so much movement with the legs. I'm going to need to do a lot of resculpting. So I'm actually going to leave those completely blank for right now and move on to a different part. That'll be good. Yeah, YouTube does do that. That is true. Show how to approach the scary thing. It's okay if you don't nail it first try. Oh yeah, I don't really do difficult poses like this on stream. And I want to have more of that for y'all. Why has YouTube been flagging so many comments? So Empress's comment is flagged right now. It'll give him -10 slut, but whatever gets the model done. This is true. Miguel, for context, if you're still here, at the beginning, I was like, it was just slutty, not functional. And I was like, we need to find a balance. It wasn't looking like fantasy at all before, like the hairstyle and the wings. It just looked like he was going to the club, but we fixed it. Me being like, I need to specify this. Yeah, it has been a lot. Although I might need to go into settings. They probably did an update of some sort. I've clicked like 30 times. I'm getting my money's worth out of you. Okay. I am gonna let y'all enjoy yourselves. Have a fun time in the chat. I love that. I mean, nothing wrong with that. In the club, we all I can't even say that. Very good. All right. I am going to set a timer, kind of lock in for the next 15 minutes and get this pose ready. And then we can actually do the posing because I think that that's going to be a fantastic teaching moment for Paint and Empress especially. So yeah, still really happy that the pose got picked. You do have great recommendations. They're just difficult. Okay, we locked in. I'll have the mod chat scrolled open. You guys can ping me if you need me. All right, so we're kind of just gonna do like a little speed run, detailing anything that is not going to move very much. I'm gonna have it like pretty much fully post-processed as well. We're gonna throw this up here. So we have a nice little reference of what the heck's going on. So because I know that these aren't really gonna bend very much, I'm gonna like fully detail them essentially before the pose, which means I'm going to post-process them as well. That's a nice little thing there. It'd be cool if these were asymmetrical, but the whole pose is gonna be so complicated. I don't need to add more layers to this. All right, mirror and weld. Let's grab this. And it is gonna be worth having these wrappings as their own separate piece with a little bit of intentional detail. Are they tiny? Yeah. But a little bit of texture is gonna go a long way. So let's kind of get some nice layering in here. Very nice. Go ahead and Dynamesh. And last but not least, I'm gonna grab my damn standard brush with my favorite alpha. It was a joke, and now it's not really a joke anymore. Just gonna throw a little bit of scratchiness on here. and then bump it up a bunch. Here's a before and after, another moment for the contrast slider. There we go. And then for this, I want to use my orb crack brush to add some kind of heavy detail in here. We're also going to save. Be good, ZBrush. Kind of looks silly initially, but then when you kind of like back up and look at it, it really goes a long way. And it's really worth turning off symmetry towards the end and adding just a few asymmetrical dents. All right, throwing out some texture. Very good. My only issue with this is that there's no like trim on it, or that this trim is kind of a little perfect looking. So I will grab my trim dynamic brush and just soften the edge there. Very good. The hardest part about this part of the stream where I kind of like lock in and focus isn't staying focused, it's preventing my face from doing this. And just looking like really, that's just my default. I don't, it's kind of like an extreme take on resting bitch face. Just look mad. All right, that looks great. Let's go ahead and crunch that down to 25,000 points. Ooh, I like that this has this belt on the side here. This is very similar to the tasset I already have. That might be cool. Ooh, more coffee. And then I need to name these as I go. I'm gonna call them greaves, even though they don't really have a shoe portion. That way when I go into Transpose Master, I don't get all these really weird errors due to duplicate names. Adding some trim on here manually with the edge loop extrusion. There we go. Subdivide a few times. And then these are so small, I really don't need to worry about them too much. We're just gonna Dynamesh them and throw a couple fabric folds on them. Just a couple, nothing crazy. Ooh, that's a little heavy-handed. There we go. I'm thinking about the pose a lot right now. Not so much because of the fear, but because I know how to tackle it really well, and I have some really cool techniques I can show you guys that I normally don't stream. It's not intentional. I know some of y'all are like, oh my goodness, you do all this cool stuff off stream. I don't do it on purpose. It just works out that way sometimes. But now that we're here, I'm like, ooh, I can show you guys some stuff that I know I've never done on stream before. All right, I'm gonna call these socks because they're really just not shoes. All right, those look so nice detailed. I'm gonna do the same kind of texturing for these pieces. It's gonna be good. All right, I'm gonna close holes. Not mask by features, but rather frame mesh. Do a little touch, little inflate. Are these those weird doubled up ones? No, it was well behaved. Good job, ZBrush. What is this a cover of? Ah, Skyrim, but like really good lo-fi. I listen to so much lo-fi music that I've become a bit of a lo-fi snob. All right, I do like that. The only thing that I don't like is I don't have these cool little straps, like like I have here. I wonder if I can just repurpose them. That would be nice. I don't want to do it again, so I'm not going to. Let's see if I can just grab these and throw them up here. Because it's, you know, shins are kind of forearm shaped. Excellent. Mirror and well, there we go. It's a nice little touch there. Crush those down poly-wise and get those named. We're flying through this. I really like how this turned out. What a nice shape. I'm gonna go ahead and crease it. There it is. Fix any funny business, because we do have some overlapping polys, which isn't a big deal. I just don't want to extrude it through itself. There we go. I'm gonna extrude that in as far as I can without funny business, which is about there. And then we'll smooth this down. Very nice. Subdivide a few times, and let's kind of assess what we think. Yeah, it's really nice. I'll probably just stick a leather texture here. I'm gonna use orb cracks and manually sculpt in some detail. Every now and then doing this kind of like crooked, I guess like wobbly detail really adds a lot to the character. All right, I want to get some sort of detailing on the chest. I'm just not sure how I want to do it. I want this to be a little more plainer because I imagine this being like a rough leather and that doesn't bend. Again, it can. It just depends how thick or how thin it is. So I'm gonna use my trim dynamic brush to kind of detail these planes, be a little bit, or define these planes a little more clearly. There we go. I like that. Add some more seams right here. And then probably, yeah, like a center line, I think would look really good. All right, his pecs are falling out. Need to put those back in. There we go. This is reminding me of the Antom armor from Dragon Age Inquisition. Go back through some asymmetrical little cuts, noise. See, I listen to the soundtrack and it's just like Skyrim music going super hard. It's fantastic. But like lo-fi remixed. And I'm like, oh, I should play Skyrim again. And then I like just burn out on it. I have the hardest time like sticking through a Skyrim playthrough. I'm more excited about the idea of replaying Skyrim than actually doing it. Any of you guys have that problem? All right, I'm gonna do the same thing I did to those, not greaves, shin guard things. There's a name for this. Boot without the foot. And I'm gonna kind of just rough up this edge here so it's not perfectly smooth, because that is more attention drawing than you might think. So just having this kind of like rough sculpting texture to it looks so good. More contrast slider. And crushing this down to 55,000 points. How are we doing on time? Still got 3.5 minutes left. letting this decimate down because it got to like 1,000,000 points for no reason. I should have diamond mesh instead of subdivided, but yeah, that's where we are. Almost done. Excellent. How do I want to detail these? I got it off of this reference here, which is a bit more almost like steampunk looking, honestly, with the metal. What am I thinking of? Eberron, which I'm not really wanting that. But the shape of it is still very, very leaf. So I'm sure I can find a happy in between. There we go, apply, subdivide once, and then I'm going to, I really want to keep that shape there. So I'm gonna grab my crease brush, but I'm gonna do it manually using ZModeler because sometimes I have a hard time getting these smaller creases. There we go. So now I subdivide, it kept them. Very good. I'm gonna throw one down the middle as well. Very nice. Now that we have this, I want cooler layers. So I'm gonna use the slash brush, turn on a lazy mouse. And we're gonna add some nice, heavy layering. I have to turn on local symmetry to get the placement right. Perfect. And I'm not really sure how I want this to turn out. So let's just do some scribbling and let's see how I like it. I think I love that. I don't like how it connects to the edge. I kind of mumbled. I was like, ooh, I don't know what to do there. But I can add an edge, a confident edge to it after the fact. How's that? Yeah. I think yes. That's cool. I'm going to delete these undetailed pieces because I don't want to have to detail them again when I can just take this piece and kind of shape it and move it around. It is looking a little rounder than I wanted it to be, I think. What is it missing? Wear and tear. It's the easiest thing to miss or forget when you're doing like combat warrior types. Just add a little bit of like some dents and stuff. Really goes a long way. And just drop a bunch of noise over the top. I'm going to duplicate this, keep symmetry on, and pull a more dramatic shape. I think this initial piece I have is kind of working better as a layerable piece, not the main attraction. Ooh, that's my timer. All right, it's been 15 minutes. Let's mirror and weld this. You guys know I always cheat past the timer. All right, heck yeah. So 15 minutes ago, we had literally no detail on this at all. And from a distance, it reads about the same. But I'm really happy with it. These especially. So this is done, this is done, this is done. Oh, and these are done. Nice, nice, nice. You know what? Really quick, because if you take your time detailing a piece, you can get a lot more mileage out of it, which is pretty much my whole bread and butter. So I'm going to duplicate these pauldrons. I can probably repurpose them as tassets. Can we get symmetry on the right axis? Thank you. And then stretch these. Yeah, like that's so quick, and that's the right kind of detailing that I want. It looks very tiger. All right, how are we doing? Remember to save and hydrate. I'm doing okay, thank you. Nice. Oh, that's so awesome. I agree, Jimmy. I love working for myself. I can't imagine doing it any other way. Nice. Good chat, and I love that. Good chat. Nice. Thank you, Elo, for taking care of the peasants. And I have a DM from Miguel just saying, "Psst, you're cool." What a good friend. All right. I think we're all good. Jamie says, I still haven't played Skyrim, and I love Non-Sleeper saying, sacrilege, heretic. Sounds good, Otaka. Dude, Bamboo Labs are the best. Non-Sleeper has a Saturn 4, Mars 4, and 2 bamboos. Is that Mars the one that I sent you? If so, that's awesome. I sold Non-Sleeper a Mars that we just had a hell of a time with that we just didn't like and couldn't get to work, and Non-Sleeper fixed it like that. Pretty awesome. Time for more detail. We're going to detail just one of the belts and then do a nice little mirror. We don't need these anymore either. Be gone. Ooh, you know it'd be cooler instead of having the crisscross like I normally do, just having two that are slanted. That could be cool. All right, I'm going to Dynamesh this and then thicken that belt up about times 1,000. I just have it intersect with the body heavily, and that does a good old job. Smooth out any weird nonsense. There, very little of that is going to be visible. Kind of manually detail that. There we go. Oh, Jimmy, I meant to ask, are my live streams the first place that you like found me and my art? I'm very curious. All right, I'm happy with that. We don't need a noisier texture on it just because it's so small. I'm gonna widen it up. And decimate. Duplicate, mirror. And I think actually I'm gonna go with the cross. All right, I need to specify this is a hip belt because I have a million belts on this guy. Can I use these same belts up here or do they look too weird? No, that works. Stretch and stretch and scoot. Very good. Jimmy says, yes, actually, I was looking for tutorials and came across your channel. How cool. Awesome. I mostly do the stream just because they're fun. But obviously, if I'm getting new people supporting Patreon, that's a big deal. So that's really exciting. Very cool. All right, let's get this flattened out. What were you looking for a tutorial on? You mentioned editing STLs, didn't you? There we go. And the same treatment here as well. Empress, literally same. I was looking up under Blender stuff for game dev. That's right, that's right. That's one of the biggest reasons why I'm really happy just streaming on YouTube. A lot of people have asked me why I don't stream here and Twitch, and I just like, I don't know. I've been really happy with the community that I found on YouTube, and I don't know. I have enough. Not saying I won't do it someday, it's just a very, very low priority. And honestly, the only reason I even consider it is because a lot of artists I really like don't stream on YouTube, but they stream on Twitch, which I thought was interesting. So that makes me think that maybe there's something to it. I don't know. Hard to say. But for now, nothing is changing. Happy to just stay on YouTube. So many belts. I don't think I have many characters with this many belts, and they don't read as a rogue, so win for that. Nice. Getting closer to posing. Okay, no plans. No plans for that. Oh, no kidding? How funny. Yeah, you know, that's kind of what I gathered. Twitch is a hellscape. Mind you, most people I watch. Okay, gotcha. I get you. Yeah, no plans. Calm down, peasants. I love they're like, change, panic. Like, literally nothing's happening. There we go. Very good. Oh, were they super picky on that? That's crazy. It's art. Kind of toying with a longer hairstyle here. I think that's what we're gonna end up doing. Let's go to picker once Z. There we are. I'm liking this longer hairstyle, but still reading is very masculine, which I'm excited about. That's what I was hoping to achieve here. Jamie said, when I was first getting into resin printing, I was considering designing my own models, so was looking for a ZBrush tutorial. Ended up with so many sales from licensed models, I didn't have time to sculpt. That's so interesting. You mentioned it was just before or during COVID. I started learning how to sculpt in 2019. And honestly, if COVID didn't happen, it's very likely that I wouldn't even be doing this today. I graduated with my degree in mechanical engineering, and the jobs were confusing because the whole fabric of how things were happening was changing because you couldn't go in person for an interview. So that was weird. A lot of my friends that got really good job offers right after graduation had them rescinded, or they were laid off right away because of COVID. It was a mess. So it was really weird. It was a really, really weird time. I would like to think that I would have made my way to doing art full time, but I honestly don't think I would have, because this was never like a secret dream of mine or anything. Though I really enjoy it. Kind of just happened that way. I have a really detailed braid I might bring in here. We'll see. Yeah, so it peaked around 200. I can see that. And then mostly around 50. Wow, that's crazy. Very, very cool. Congratulations. Yeah, you'll definitely make more than 40 bucks a month off my models. That'll be a good exchange. Especially because you have all of that set up already. Let's get this messier. Kind of thinking about some of the references that you guys put in the Discord. Otaka, Jimmy, teach me your ways. I have but one sale. I getcha. Seriously, good on you, Jimmy, because I know how much work that is. And 200 in sales is much different than 200 in profit, don't we know? Oh my goodness. And then you always get at least a few hellscape orders where it's just people that are never happy with anything you send them. Oh goodness. But you just have a good attitude about it. You're like, this is my job. I solve problems. Let's get that nudged in here. I really like this hairstyle. I think that's a lot of fun. Absolutely. I wish it was 200,000 in profit. I feel ya. And then it's like, because of the printers that you have, I know especially just how much those cost. Good call, by the way, because your time is quite literally money. So if you can minimize having like troubleshooting and all that kind of stuff in case it's reliable, oh, that's everything. That's why I have a $2,000 tablet. Did I need this? No, I had a $400 Huon for a long time, but maybe a few times a season it would have some driver fart problem and it would take me a few hours. And it's like, it's only a few hours. And I'm like, I don't have time for my tools to not work. I can maintenance them. I can take care of my stuff. And at the time I was still using Windows. Oh, Windows. Windows drives me crazy. We have a PC for like video games and stuff. But other than that, very true. Starla Moore is amazing. I don't think I've heard of that before. Starla Moore. 120,000 followers. A lady. Data-driven Etsy SEO and shop strategy. Just being on here for 10 seconds, I can just tell she knows her shit. I like that. Specific stuff. I also really like Kelsey Rodriguez. That's more on like the creator side as opposed to like licensing and Etsy. That's not very Etsy specific, but good stuff. Yeah, Etsy coach. Very, very cool. Get on. I think that one of the big things here too is that you are just willing to learn. You're willing to take in information. And oh my goodness, Jimmy, it's fun to talk to people that have like done it, they've made it, you know? Because I tell my students all the time that, or people that are aspiring to like work for themselves or whatever, what's that quote? It's like, I have failed more times than you have tried, you know? And it's not to scare people off. It's just like, just know that's part of it. And instead of getting super down about it, you're like, all right, on to the next problem. My dad is really good at picking contractors. I feel like he's always renovating his house and just like little improvements and fixes. And he always really listens to them and structures the conversation because my dad's super chatty. And one of the guys he was talking to, I can't remember if it was a plumber or somebody to do with the chimney. I can't remember what it was. But the guy was like, well, I'm going to give you a quote. And then here's the other quote in case this problem exists. He mentions like, this problem is the worst, but I can handle it. I'm used to it. And my dad's like, okay. And the guy it was a barely different quote. It wasn't super expensive. And he came back and he was like, yep, it turns out it is that more expensive quote by like not even 10%. And my dad was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I know it's a lot more work and stuff. And like, it doesn't really scale versus how much it's going to cost you in materials because the labor is about the same. And the guy looked at him, my dad, and was like, no, like, that's my job. If this problem didn't exist, I wouldn't even have a job. And they mentioned, like, I used to hate when this would happen, but now, whatever. That's my job. And I kind of have the same perspective whenever it's like whether a ZBrush is crashing or trying to like get models to post-process for 3D printing. And now I've done it so many times, that stuff's a breeze. So I'm approaching 1,300 models now. Anyway, but it's a fun thing, but a lot of it has to come down to your perspective on things. And if you see problems popping up as a personal attack against yourself and your progress, you're going to have a really hard time. And don't get me wrong, I don't sit here smiling. I swear like a sailor. But I'm lighthearted about it. I don't get too down about anything. It's so, so important. And I also want to specify it's easier said than done. Of course, I've had down days. So has Ricky, where we've sat down and been like, can we do this? Are we kidding ourselves? That kind of stuff. And those are hard conversations. But you get through the conversation, you make your decision, you trust that, and you move on. It's the best you can do. Failure is an opportunity to learn. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nice. There we go. Paint says, that is same with me as an IT tech. Things that I hate to happen now are my favorite because it means I have a job and it's fun to mess with users. I love that. Love this. Jimmy says, paraphrasing Jack Sparrow, the problem isn't the problem. The problem is your attitude about the problem. Exactly. Exactly. I had a student that I had pretty much just like crash out on me. I was also kind of rude. They'd complain about the ZBrush software and being able to do stuff in Blender. And I straight up was like, then just use Blender. My God. Like, and I sent like a tongue sticking out emoji. Like I was being very childish. This wasn't even that long ago. Because eventually you see the same complaints about the same problems. And you're like, you're spending more time complaining about the software than just, then whatever. Then don't do that. All right. I also still think that person's very cool, and I hope they see lots of success. I've never, ever had a student that I wish ill on, whether I end up staying part of their journey or not. Also, Jimmy, now that you have kind of looped back around to the live stream and you're officially a part of Patreon, if you need someone to edit STLs, I might be your girl to do like quick edits. My big thing is that I'm very expensive. My time is very expensive. So it would probably be very case by case. And I'm very hesitant about it just because sometimes explaining what you want and our back and forth on trying to get that right, it would just be easier to sculpt the new model. Just putting that out there. I think that's something we could work out. Big asterisk, as you know, just the communication of a project takes a lot. And I get that. Oh my goodness, since we're talking about business stuff, it feels like a secret club. Jamie, doesn't it drive you crazy when people like send you an email? Maybe you have a better attitude than I do. They send an email being like, this isn't spam. I'm like, hey, can I ask you a question? Drives me crazy. Just ask me your question, or if you want a custom order, I'm reading your email. Sure. What do you want? Needless to say, I don't really handle emails anymore. My husband does because I had a bad attitude, so I got fired from that. And it's sweet. It's them trying to ask for permission. It always comes from a good place. I'm just like, what? Lol, yes. Right? Drives me crazy. Oh my goodness. How should I contact you? You can message me on Discord, or probably the best way is m3dmprints@gmail.com. Can I ask you a question about 3D printing? Yes. You can ask me it here in the chat, or if it's more specific, go to our Discord for my answer to everything, because if you have a question, it'd probably benefit everyone to see the answer. Hey, Taylor. The key is making decisions rather than staying the anxiety of indecision. This is true. This is true. Because Empress mentioned, I'm a chronic researcher. Thank you, critical thinking classes and creative writing. If I don't get it, I will eventually. Yeah, you will. Oh my God, I meant that's the question. That made me full cackle. Literal brain being literal. I get you. It's like, just ask the question about 3D printing. Sometimes I get people saying that in the chat because they feel like they're changing the topic. So it's I get them being polite. You got me. Good one. Good one. Wow. You full got me. Let me bring in a spear. Oh, I embarrassed myself. Where is my spear? There's my spear. Ooh, maybe more like a scimitar would be cool. Ooh, I really like this one. Do you think that they would mind? It's spear-like. We'll go with this one for now, just to keep a silhouette nice and simple. Very good. All right, it is time to draft this pose. I'm going to show you guys a technique I started doing recently. Very helpful. That didn't save. I can just tell it didn't save. Take a scimitar and put a stick in it. Pretty much. The glaive. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, paint. This is like my aquatic staff, so I'll be changing it later, but this is just for concepting. Okay. Here's my complicated pose. Here is how I like to approach complicated poses. It's the same way that I approach drawing when I'm trying to get accurate drawings. Let me jump over to something in the Discord to show you guys, and it will click and you'll understand what I'm doing. So I have a thread in Discord of Mia's 2D art journey, me figuring out how to draw, a lot of shading practice, a lot of my sketches. Here we go. Stuff like this, where I am finding the planes of the face and I trace over it, and then I approach the drawing. Let me take a screenshot of this. So it's kind of like having the answers already done for you when you trace over it. I can really see the relationship of these proportions, because regardless of style, the planes of the face are the same. Say that again. No matter what the style is, all of these planes will exist. Always. So it's very important. So all of this lead up is like, how can I sketch the pose and understand it in 3D before applying it to my character and getting it all chewed up? Because that's a big issue, is as you pose, you are deforming the body, and the more you pose, the more wrinkled it gets, right? So this is what I do. I'm gonna do the pose roughly in Z Builder because it's already rigged. I don't care that the body type isn't the same. I don't care this is gonna get super mushy and stuff. It's just to sketch the pose, essentially. I wish I had hair. Oh, you're funny. All right, so here is our pose. I will make it more male. Clay. And I am going to shorten the legs, because the legs are so long. There we go. Good enough. All right, we are going to edit pose. You can do the same Z-sphere rigging yourself, and I have a video on that for my students. Z-sphere rigging is fine. It's not the end-all be-all. It's more for concepting. All right, so here is our shape. And now I can concept this pose. I'm going to turn off perspective and have a moment to really look at this. This limb is going to be very complicated. This is why I was avoiding this pose, because of the rotation of the arm. This. It's illegal that arms move in so many directions. Oh my goodness. This is right behind the hip bone. This leg will be kicked over a little bit and bent in. This is the weight-bearing leg, so it's going to be very, very important that that reads clearly. So let's go ahead and shift some of the weight accordingly. And I don't care how screwed up the topology is getting, because again, it's kind of like, it's just a sketch. Let's get the rotation being correct would be nice though. And what's nice is that this puts a constraint on the size. Where's the thumb? The thumb's on the bottom. Puts a constraint on the size of each limb, so you don't get stretching. If you can make the limbs any size that you want, like when you're sculpting in Transpose Master, it makes it very difficult. Let's lift that up. Looks like the head. And while I'm doing this sketch, I'm really thinking about how everything is relating to each other. And again, this is like my cheat sheet for when I actually apply this pose to my model. This should not take more than 10 minutes. If it does, it's not very, time efficient. But obviously, like, if this is your first time doing it, like, don't rush yourself. So it's interesting here, and I find this happens all the time. In a 2D drawing, they will kind of like break proportions. So when I put my hand up, my elbow, this touches the top of my head. But in the drawing, they kind of push it a little bit, so it's more like up here, and that's very uncomfortable. But it's okay to push things a little bit and break them, as long as the feel and the motion of the model is still believable. All right, let's get this bent in here. I did a pose like this recently. Oh my goodness, I'm such a glutton for punishment. I did a really complicated pose for my dragon board. That's for one of Sean's models, and it was awesome and so worth it. But I'm like, oh, I want to break. Okay, I feel like I'm understanding this decently. Hello, nerd. Hello, welcome in. We are doing a little pose sketch before we apply this to our Fae Butterfly Warrior. A bit of an arch to the back here will be really cool. Kind of some hyperextension to the knee will also be interesting. And then lifting this shoulder up will be essential. Again, this pose, this drawing is definitely pushing some perspective, and that's fine. Let's bring this leg over just a touch. And that's about as close as I need it to be. Just has a lot of the answers for me, and then I can bring it into my scene as a reference. You can tell I didn't worry about the hands or any of that posing. We are missing some of that really cool, there we go, that rotation. That's what really makes these poses interesting. Kind of pushing that shoulder towards the camera. Yeah, that's cool. And then the wings are gonna be fantastic for kind of balancing the pose and making it look even more believable. It's gonna be good. All right, let's bring this in, this smushy model. It's all gonna make sense here in just a moment. Don't want to touch this and make it crash. That's the only thing about ZBuilder that I don't like, is that it's very sensitive. Very good. Now click on Get Model. Excellent. Last but not least, I will click Copy Tool, and now we'll go back to this file that we've been working on during the whole stream. Butterfly Faye, Butterfae. There we go. So here is our character we're working on today. I'm gonna go ahead and post that goofy pose in here. And then I'll resize it just a little bit, so it's roughly the same proportions as this character. I make sure the knee lines up and the shoulder lines up. That's good enough. And then I don't need it to be nearly this silly. I'm gonna inflate the knee a little bit. And we will delete higher and Dynamesh. There we go. We got this little blob man silhouette. If I want from here, I can kind of refine it more to make sure that I'm not losing any like body landmarks. So I'm gonna take my build-up brush and kind of draw a line here of where that rib cage is ending to remind myself of that. Anything that's kind of distracting or confusing. I know I'm gonna want this elbow to be a little higher because it did seem to struggle with the shoulder definition. But then I'm an artist, so I can just sculpt it in. I'll want a little more separation as well, just like this. And some volume right here. The head being all smushy is funny too. There we go. And then Taylor says, Mia, it's simpler to start off with compared to ZBrush, but there are many areas, what is simpler to start off? But there are many areas that Blender does not account for, which an artist will inevitably run into further into their practice. This is the case with almost every area in Blender. I'm missing the it for some reason. It's simpler to start off with compared to ZBrush. Many areas account for. I think I get what you're talking about. Like Blender is a good catch-all, but when you get into like specific use cases, it starts to kind of like extrapolate into a bunch of like complications. I know what you mean by that. Like there's a lot of people that joke like by the time that you're done with Blender and all the plugins and stuff, it's the farthest thing from free or looks like a brand new software. Yeah. Yeah, my internet's having a hard time today. Be nice to it. It's doing its best. And kind of... Oh, I love that that was able to line up. That means I did a good job drafting that pose, because I was able to kind of place this spear here. Man, we are laggy today. That's okay. It's just YouTube being really weird today. I don't know why. It'll catch up. Just give it a second. Yes. All right, I saw Paint messaged me saying, hey, can we do the lesson we're talking about in stream with the bases? Yeah, the body bases. Yeah, draft a new character and then tell me your plan. Tell me if you're gonna make like a fat chef or a skinny warrior or whatever you want it to be, or a really buff alchemist, whatever it is. Tell me your plan, then let me look at it. And then tell me what your approach is gonna be, like what mesh you're gonna start with and what your plan is. Like you're gonna sculpt more muscle on, subtract or whatever. I'll greenlight you on that. I'll let you attempt that and then we'll review. And then if we like what you did, we'll go ahead with it. And if not, I'll give you a base to continue that character with. How's that sound? I like it. Blender is it. Gotcha, that's what I was thinking. right, I have this the wrong direction. We're gonna just merge that down. It's pretty cool. And then I'm gonna bring up a model I did recently that was really difficult, that had a really cool pose. Very, very similar to this, actually. So you guys can see, I actually did the same approach with this, and you can see how successful it was. All right, here is the model. It's pretty much the same pose, but different. I was really, really proud of this dragon board. I think it's my favorite dragon board I've ever done. Another lovely request from Sean's. Oh, interesting. My mask brush isn't working. Oh, that's why. Figured it out. But yeah, this pose looks so cool, so balanced. I'm just absolutely thrilled with it. A lot of really cool stuff to like here. I'm gonna scoot back the file just a little bit to show you guys the mid-posing process and what that looked like. I think, I don't see the weird body anywhere. Trying to find the closest work in progress that I can. Here we go. This should have it. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. This one. Here we go. Very, very weird. This isn't Transpose Master. You don't have to use Transpose Master. You can see there's my funny little sketch in there. And then this is the model. I'm just out of the T-pose, just starting to line it up. And I literally just would hide this, I'd mask a piece that I wanted, and then I'd be like, all right, well, let's get it over to the leg. And I just kept doing that. Super powerful technique. It's even better if you don't have to use Transpose Master, because you can turn on transparency mode and get an even better overlay. All right, I'm going to save this file and I'm going to upload a copy of it onto Google Drive. Another big thing is that if you work for yourself or just as a creative, you should be doing backups regularly. And it's not something that, it's not an extra credit thing, it's just built into your workflow. Right before I pose a model, I always upload a copy of that ZPR into my Google Drive. And I don't save undo histories. These files really aren't very big. Yeah, this one's 40 megs. Yeah. And that way, if I want to come back and pose this character in a different way or take this character a different direction, I can, and 90% of the work is done for me. Highly recommend. Very, very powerful. And just a smart backup to have. All right, that is the last of my coffee. I'm ready to pose. Taylor says, wow, love this pose, right? Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. We're gonna hide the wings and any pieces that are just very stagnant on the body that I'm just not going to need. Anything that is just gonna make this more complicated. Wait, how are we posing the wings? Is it going behind the spear or in front? I think like the left side will be fine, and then the other side will just fit here. I'm not worried about it. I think it'll turn out very nice, but I appreciate you throwing that up just in case. Don't need these. And then I don't want these to get too deformed because I'm going to be doing a lot of chest rotation. So I'm going to hide those as well. All right, that's the character. Obviously we want our silly pose reference. Now let's go into T-pose mesh. Good call, Paint. I was like, made me think for a second. Paint, I really like that you send me notes of what I said to you on stream so I can read what you think I said too. It's like just good communication. Good job. Oh my God, Aloha. Aloha just sent me a preview of a super secret card they're working on, and I love that you've just gone ahead and done these, because when am I going to do these, right? I am obsessed with this. The font's perfect. I think I might make the edge of the card a little more hard surface looking. The little assets you add at the bottom. Oh my God, this is so cool. These are going to start going in boxes for sure. Yeah. Amazing. So nice. Oh my gosh. I think what we're going to do is probably double the size of the font. I like the description you put in here. I can read it. We might half the word count just so we can double the size. Proportions and title look great. Fantastic. All right, no one else gets to know what that's about. I pieced together the surprise from my very vague comments. There was a couple keywords in there. All right, let's pose this character. I'm gonna see if I can do like a dirty pose in 10 minutes. Let's get that hip bone over. Oh, how do I want to do this? All right, something I've been doing recently that has been helping immensely is polygrouping the arms and legs pretty much right from the get-go. And then turning off perspective, because it's about to get weird in here. Oh, I was like, I don't know, it's pretty super secret. All right, let's go. And notice I did not detail the pants at all. It's really just not worth it until you have the pose down. There we go. Now this is where it's gonna get weird. We're gonna use the 3D gizmo instead because I need really harsh transitions. I also need this pivot point to be correct. Blah. Get the top of the knee where it's supposed to go, and then we're not going to worry about all this spillage underneath here. Now I'm going to grab another section and polygroup this as well, so I have the knee as independent. All right, clone, go away. Why are you getting? Oh, I polygrouped the wrong thing. I was like, why is this happening? Yeah, I was like, when did that happen? There we go. Forgot how to polygroup for a second. I know, it's like, oh no, his knee. I know, oh no, everything. Don't worry. It's all gonna work out. I promise. Promise. I feel like this is where a lot of my students just crash out. And that's why I was like, oh, I have to do this pose on stream. Lift that hip bone up. You'll notice I go back and forth between the 3D gizmo and the transpose line. Just do whatever is comfortable for you. I go back and forth because I swear one of them is easier to use at certain stages than the other. It's really just a matter of perception. You can use one entirely over the other. That's completely fine. A lot of my students think that the transpose line is witchcraft and evil, which is fine. You don't have to like it. Before we twist the torso, we are going to take care of the arms. I find it easier to do this without a twist in the body. Again, it's pretty up to you. I keep it pretty boring. I like pose it really stiff, and then I twist that rib cage, and suddenly it's like dramatic and beautiful. But initially I'm like, oh, I love it. Reaper's like, I don't know what I'm seeing, but sure. The rest of the process. How's that dragon sticker going? I can't torture you too much. Please don't quit. All right. Let's mask this. The farther the elbows are away from the body, the stiffer the pose might look. Just keep that in mind. It's not the worst thing. It's just there's tension in that part of the body then, which might not be what you want. When I'm getting really confused about a pose or like how the arm is bending, I find it easiest to follow where is the thumb? Where is that going? And I'm not worried about the hand itself because I'm going to be putting a new hand on here. I'm not posing this hand that you see. Can you imagine if I had to pose every hand manually? This stream would be 10 hours long. And then we're going to hide this little shirt thing so I can grab this arm. Oh, I already polygrouped that correctly. Never mind. We don't even have to worry about that. Good job, me. All right, this is where I'm like, oh God, armpits. We're going to give him a little, my pen, a little shirt, and that's going to fix that later. But for now, I got my hair stuck in my pen stuck in my hair. Anyway, we're just going to let it get super deformed and be sad about it together. Oh boy, pivot point. We can do better than that. I usually find we're doing like these really extreme bends. Don't blur the mask. Just let it be an isolated problem like that. I find it's much easier to clean up later. Yeah. How about some thumbs up for Mia? Thanks. Reaper, I'm still on the cat. I've been busy. You have been busy. I thought you'd be my like out of control, have to pay for, but you've been the cheap mod. Oh no, I don't want this belt. Ah, that's fine. All right, I need to get this way over here. I've been sly about that too, because I don't think Aloha would be happy to know that they're making more than you right now. So it's been a secret, but not anymore. It's okay. I promise, Aloha, I'm trying to pay Reaper. I am. We're getting there. Doing some small body adjustments here. And then same thing I did earlier is I'm going to break this into another piece. Polygroup the wrong side. There we go. Oh no, we have a weird polygroup down here too. There we go. Save. She pays me in pennies. It's true. Not super. Wait, you get paid? Yes, I pay my mods a very, very, very small amount. Aloha gets a flat rate, or it kind of bounces between how much he did that month, and then Reaper gets very based on output, which is very difficult. If she doesn't have time to make art, then she gets nothing. All right, I can get this higher because elbow on top of head. Oh, it's been 15 minutes. Okay, or 10 minutes. Okay, I'm getting through this really good then. Considering how difficult this pose is. Thank you, Paint. Paint, if I'm ever being too mean to you or too dry, just let me know. If you're like, I'm not in the mood for that today, because it's become kind of a meme. I like you a lot. I do it with my husband sometimes, because he is super dry and super mean to me. No, I'm just kidding. But like, honestly, his humor is kind of dry sometimes. And there have been days where I'm like, I need you to not be yourself today. I need you to be super nice to me. And to be clear, like, he spoils the crap out of me. I'm just very sensitive sometimes. Gosh, that little head tilt, suddenly this is getting very sultry looking. Aloha, don't you think that this posing process, or like this example, is going to make it so much easier for my students to do like a draft example before they do like the big scary official pose? So you can see how wrong some of these arms are now. Very interesting. And they were super easy adjustments to make, too. Maybe this tip will help you, too. Yeah. Paint, see, I told you, more slutty, less function. Oh my god. Paint says, I'm A-okay. I'm just glad you and people have fun. I am also very dry a lot of the time. I get you. But if you ever need, like, I do like you, and I don't think your references are dumb or your suggestions. I don't. I think they're really good. Paint continues to get flagged. I wonder why. I wonder. This is true. That was a low stipulation. Reaper didn't know that. That's top secret. But now you know. Aloha's only condition on accepting payment was that Reaper got paid around the same for output when she's able, which I thought was really cute and really sweet. All right, why does this arm look so fucked up? Probably because it's really difficult. Paint. Let me just smear it to where the reference one was and then just see what it looks like. Looks weird. Luckily, I can put a big pauldron right here and then no one has to look at it. I'm gonna put it back where it was. How are you still in the wrong spot? Incredible. That was me trying to draw jaw lines. That was me trying to draw jaw lines when I was practicing face shapes. I would just do them wrong in like 1,000 different fonts. It was neat. Very challenging. We still need some magic on this, but really good for 10 minutes. This is a great first posing pass. When in doubt, cover it up. Yes, yes. And he's gonna look a lot less seductive when I put the rest of his clothes on. He's not fully clothed. We have more clothes for him. Why is this making it worse? That's the beauty of like having these separate subtools. This other belt might be really difficult to work with, so I just get rid of it. Problem? Gone. Where'd you go? Come back. Hi. Something these belts, I don't know. Okay. Help. I think I'm gonna have to draw an armpit. What if I just... Ugh, my god. That armpit. Naturalist boy. I don't know, I think he looks good half naked. That's true, but I think I'm already pushing it with the one Kickstarter request I got where I just had like full mushroom man butt out. Oh, I hope they have a good sense of humor. Because I'm not changing it. Like that's... You bought a request from me. That is what I make. I feel like this one looks so tough and mine looks so seductive. What the heck? Ah. Having a crisis. I'm so glad that I'm doing my posing on stream. That was one of the biggest things I got asked about, and I didn't do it on stream before because I was just tired. By the time I got to that point where it was time to pose, I was just burned out, y'all. So every now and then I would do a stream where I would pose and then I would disappear because I got tired. I'm gonna lean him forward. We are gonna get more of a shoulder hunch in here and he's gonna look less hot. I need it. Look, it's fun, but I... What is that? All right. Hey, honey.
It looks seductive because he's like showing off like that. Bring that elbow forward.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I need to hunch him
forward. You were just saying that?
Yeah.
So put that elbow forward.
Yeah.
Then it's...
Why is he like... Oh my god. You know it's bad when my husband comes into the stream like, Mia! Stripper warrior. Help. Help. Yes, yes, we all are on the same page. I know what to do. One thing at a time. 10-minute dirty pose, rough draft. Not dirty pose. Like a rough draft, that's what I mean. Like a dirty sketch. Oh, this is not helping. Anyway. It's not done. Basement man cameo. Absolutely. Oh my god. I mean, I kind of love it, but we're gonna change it. Basement Man says, stop making them so slutty. Yeah, he does. I think this is one of the few times if I put this model out where he would be like, nope, nope. Not what they asked for. That one's really cool too. We'll go with just a boring spear to start with. I need to keep this more on the simple side. I'll make him a cool spear later. I just, one thing at a time. Basement Man says, stop making them so slutty. Oh my, that is so funny. Hey, but the hands line up. That's cool. They're not going to in just a moment here when I fix this. I did that thing where I asked questions on stream and then I had you guys answering. Don't. I got it. But also me don't. Okay. I think I can add some detail to his pants. We can begin that. I'm gonna add a seam down the sides because part of the issue here is that it looks like he's not wearing any pants. It's definitely contributing to the problem. It isn't the problem, but it is not helping. I don't even know where the hell this seam is supposed to go. This one's easy. I like this leg. This is a good leg. Bad leg. Alright, the seam would be here. Doesn't need to be perfect. What is happening here? We're just gonna do a seam. Bam, that feels like a seam. Help. I mean, don't. Don't help, I'm fine. I can see the problem now. This pose is killing me. It's so good. I'm gonna change it, but I would like to say that this is Mia endorsed. All right, adding some fabric folds to break away this illusion that he has no pants, because he does have pants. Very important. I just did a stupid hard pose like this. And here I am again. What was I doing during the possum stream yesterday? It was like a super long stream and I like barely had time to pose her. Meanwhile, this guy, I created the whole model, post-processed to have her pet, and did the hardest pose I pretty much possibly could. I don't know. More Basement Man. Encore. And these are very like smeary, mumbly folds. Don't do folds like this. Just doing these is a very much so placeholder. All right, making the brush size smaller, cranking up the Z intensity, smaller, less. There we go. Start to get some of these nicer folds. Thanks guys for hanging out. This has been a super fun stream. I'm really enjoying these, and it's really exciting that it looks like I'm gonna be able to stream and get my work done. It's very important. That's partly why I didn't stream for a bit there, because I increased the amount of models that I'm doing, and I really couldn't do that on stream. But it looks like I'm going to be able to have my cake and eat it too, which is amazing. All right, these are some better folds. I wonder if I can just do 2 tabards to kind of reduce the weirdness. Make it a little less crotch forward. It's better. Why is he so seductive? Just kidding, we went over this. I always imagine that the wings are fitting behind the shoulder blades, so wherever that shoulder blade is, that's where the wing goes. Shoulder up, wing up. I'm sure they can articulate them separately, because, I mean, they can fly. But, yeah. I don't think the braid is really adding anything. I'm gonna keep the hair short in the back. Oh my god. Aloha says, Mia, a few months ago, wouldn't have done this pose on Strim. Now look at Crit Mia, creating slutty men slaying. This is what we needed. I think this is exactly what we all needed in our week. And yeah, this is so kind of off to the side. It's gonna work. Okay, so even for not as complicated poses, I tend to do this double pass thing. Very important for you guys to know. Just feels like nice. Did I accidentally step into a spicy? Donate 50 cents and Mia will do a second pose. Obviously a joke. No. Oh my god, Jimmy. Y'all. He's joking. He's joking. Don't make me do this. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna fix this pose first. Maybe this pose I'll keep and it'll be a very special Discord exclusive. He is gorgeous. I mean... Alright, I'm gonna say this is doomed copy. Okay. It's been written. Oh my goodness. Ricky, you have to now. You're contractually obligated via Poosbend. Then he can do it. How about Ricky comes in here and poses it? Since apparently he's watching so intently today. Did I lose subdiv on this? Of course I did. Mean ZBrush. When did I lose subdiv on this? Oh, I didn't. I just that very, very last step. I was gonna say, I'm like, no. Best comment of the day goes to my husband. Ricky says, Magic Monarch Mike. It's too accurate. I can't. Oh my goodness. Ricky, you have to be fun and come in here and pose this model now. Ricky has no idea how to use ZBrush, but he knows how to use the move brush. What more do you need? Aloha says, hold on. We can't make this guy less slutty. No, this is not what this guy asked for. There's no way that this Kickstarter backer meant this. And it's so close to being fine. So I can't do that. Y'all are welcome to request whatever you want on Patreon. It has been. It has been, Empress. I don't mind it. It's kind of how I started the stream, and apparently really set the tone more than I expected. Yeah, everything Empress has said has been flagged. It's very funny. All right, we're gonna rotate this forward, and this is supposed to fix it. I feel like it's helping. Right? I know you're making my mods fit in double time work here. I'm sorry. And on a serious note, thank you guys so much for the donations. Every little bit does make a huge difference. I super, super appreciate you guys. We'll probably bring back donations doing something at some point. I used to have a wheel that I would spin for more silliness, but I'll leave that with my mods. Mods do improvements to stream, and they have a lot on their plate right now, so add it to the queue. I feel like this is part of the problem area, this midriff. I knew what I was doing. I have no problem doing like hot models. I don't think this is what that guy wanted. That's why I'm like... I know, that's exactly what I did. All right, Ricky said elbow forward. I feel like this isn't that different than the frickin' reference, and when I did it, it doesn't look like this. Alright, so... Oh, my mic fell. Sorry if that was loud, guys. It's still in the right spot. Ricky's gonna be so sad. Anyway, thank you, non-sleeper. This is true. Alright, so this line of action, his abdominal muscles come this way, and I did this really intense hip tilt. So that is part of the problem. I think this is unintentionally my first pinup model. That's a male. This does make more sense, just this abdominal muscle direction too. I'm sorry, guys. Especially those with headphones. That doesn't usually happen. Aloha says, Mia, wait, can't you just save this exact file as a copy, remove the shirt, bracers, and just make it a pinup? I feel like that's where we're at this point. This might just get two poses, actually. Like, we were kind of joking earlier, but now I feel like I'm not joking. It's very fitting that the first time I picked like one of Paint's very difficult reference suggestions, it just turned into a pinup. That's pretty spot on. That checks out. Like, it's kind of a joke, and I can sense the joke, Alo, when you're like, don't waste this potential, but I also sense like the seriousness of it, and I completely agree. I'm not changing it. This is gonna be one of the poses. We're doing two poses. Unbelievable. Okay. All right. I'm picking the second pose, though. We're not doing this again. Paint says, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, not my fault. I just wanted a cool pose. Why did it read so hot then? Don't understand. You should pick an easy pose this time. I agree. I agree. One that doesn't even require this sketch nonsense. I don't think this version is even going to have butterfly wings, maybe. We'll see. I think it's maybe a little distracting for that pose. Oh my god, that pose is so ridiculous. Jesus. Because we're degenerates. You are. You are. So far. Hi, so far. Welcome back. I just joined. I can't tell if Mia's happy with the pose or just mad. It's accidental pinup. I not mutually exclusive. Final answer. All right, we have a stamp for that. Very good. And then we are going to repose. We're gonna do an easy pose, chill pose, casual pose. Some funny stuff happening there. Not gonna obviously finish this pose right now or anything, but I am going to. There, just want it to line up a little better. Cool. Yeah, I gave him these ab muscles and really was surprised when it turned out the way it did. That's on me. Okay, easy pose, and you guys get no input. You had your chance. We're gonna detail the pants now because I am confident I'm gonna pick a pose that doesn't require me to change that. There we go. I really like this stitching. We can still have some fun details. Always fun details. I love that stitch. I think that's really cool. Man, even without any fabric fold details, this already looks really good. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna have mad face because I'm focused on sculpting, but I am having a really good time. I want you guys to know that. I'm just at that point in the stream where I don't have the energy to control my face. It's just unfiltered Mia. Excellent. I like those a lot. Pose ref in Discord. Thank you, honey, for grabbing that for me. That's really helpful. You're allowed to have input. I'm not even going to justify that with a response. Did my husband put in a real pose reference for me? He did. Yay. That's a great one. That's going to look fantastic. And it's one of my old models that I really enjoy. Looks strong, looks tough, does not look like it's going to seduce the pants off of somebody. Thank you, honey. Just the fact that you're like, oh, pose reference, and then I go in there and I'm like, oh my goodness. Hi, monkey. Per usual, your timing is excellent. I posed a model and it turned out full pinup, and I don't understand why. I actually don't. The more I tried to make him less hot, the hotter he got. It was ridiculous. It was genuinely a joke. Not a problem. I get like he's a little spicy, but like please, I've done spicier looking, and it turned out fine. Look at this pose. It's not done, but that was like my second pass of trying to make it less, and it would not be denied. I am gonna keep it. It is gonna be an option. There he is. Haven't posed the hands or anything yet. He's just gorgeous. Okay. Oh good, I'm glad you remember the monk. That's been a hot minute. You are correct, Empress. Good memory. Oh yeah, no backseat. Backseating is never wanted. That's the easiest way to know that. I did finish her during a silent stream, you're right. Man, you have good memory. So true. Oh my goodness, these poll options. Oh, though it is worth rewinding so far to see how I pose this model. This pose we did in 10 minutes. So I think that'd be a really good one to kind of see the way, like the little tricks I implemented. Because from here, it's just like tweaking adjustment. He doesn't even have an armpit yet. But the general silhouette's looking pretty darn good. All right, let's make this simple. My favorite way to do that is to merge down pieces that all sit around the same spot. There we go. Excellent. Again, thank you, Ricky, for grabbing this pose for me. That'll be much easier. Pant, greaves, socks. All right, I think we are in business. Oh, here's that sketch. We did that pose in ZBuilder. You don't have to have ZBuilder to do this. Just sketching the pose out, and you can do a one-time rig on a model. I have a lesson on that, and you can use it really quick. Highly recommend. I am gonna want some of my hands here, so let me go ahead and grab them. Nice. All right, big fan of this. I know, yeah. Aloha. Wait, Soulfire is here, right? I love we have like regulars, and when they come in, everyone's like, oh, hello. Very cute. That's weird. There we go. Let's get these roughly into place. Because these are going to be our actual hands. The easiest way to do this is just to line up the knuckles and then make it a little bit larger than you would expect. Partly because they're minis, partly because it's just easier to manage. Perfect. All right, we got our 4 hands. I think we are all ready. Yeah, the gang is all here. Oh my gosh. All right, we're ready. T-pose mesh. Let's go. First thing we're gonna do is grab the arms and the legs. Just like so, polygroup. Same thing with the legs. Kind of grab it. No, that's a good spot. Polygroup. Show everything again and then split into individual limbs. Amazing. turn on symmetry and then do any big movements you can do in symmetry as much as possible. I highly recommend it. So this arm's actually kind of puffed out a little more than expected, so we will not do that. We will pose this asymmetrically right from the start. So we have this. Let's kind of tuck that elbow as close to the body as possible. It just makes it look a little more comfortable, a little more convincing. I think it'll naturally shift behind the body just a touch. There we go. Turn off perspective. And now do the same thing for this side. I like this kind of puffed out. I think this looks really cool, looks really tough. That's a great pose. I think our Kickstarter backer will be much, much happier with this. Also, I keep saying Kickstarter backer. Just know that all these models are also releasing on Patreon. To make it very easy, there will never be a model that y'all don't get on Patreon. And we can actually pull that even farther back. Nice. Kind of widen the stance just a bit. Didn't do it in symmetry on purpose. I'm gonna do that trick before where I move the entire leg forward, mask at the bottom, and then kind of just put it back. This is kind of actually a trickier use case of that. Scoop back. Yeah, this actually turned out a little odd. Interesting. I think it works better than I expect to just move the entire foot back and then move everything in line after the fact. Kind of this like backwards posing. Yeah, I get better results almost every time I do that. How funny. To me, it's such a weird backwards way to do it. It's much, much faster. Nice. All right, and then last but not least, we can really start to get some looseness to the pose. I always start pretty stiff to get the main body movements blocked in. And we'll turn the head, kind of tilt the head down. I think this is a pose that Ricky did, the original one. We used to have Ricky do posing in a second software, Character Creator 4, and it just got faster for me to do it myself. But it was so, so helpful to have Ricky do it for as long as he did. Pretty good start here. This leg being forward does not make any sense. Made sense to me at first, and now I'm like, ooh, no. Luckily, really easy to move. Instead, wider. There we go. Looking over the shoulder more than I expected. All right, and now we have this rough pass put through. It is now time to start doing some fine adjustments. When you pose, you need to think about it the same way as when you are designing your entire character. Like there's like blockout phase, and then there is a polishing phase. Because just like designing your character, it's very, very sensitive to what's going to look good or not. Look in the mirror and like kind of do some like pose adjustments and like just stand normal and like pull a shoulder up. And now you look weird. You know, like it's very sensitive. But when you get everything just right, like see it's already kind of starting to come together. So satisfying. I miss Seder too. One day. If you really want to elevate this model, he needs a turkey leg. All right. I don't know if these hip tassets are serving this model the way I need them to. I'll need to think about that. I might like this more lithe look here without them. I'll need to think about that. Yeah, I think it looks better without the tassets. What do you guys think? Definitely gonna look better without these floating hands. The 4 hands is a little difficult to balance. There we go. Just make the left leg a turkey leg. Love Monkey's like, did I stutter? Like, oh my goodness. The fact that turkey legs have made it onto models because of you. Never not be funny to me. Thank you, Who's-Been, for grabbing a pose, a reasonable pose, because it would take me some time to figure out what I was going to do, and that would have been tiring, so it was so nice to just look down and be like, oh, bam. Ricky has already solved that for me. Okay, without the tassets, it does make him a little spicy still, but like totally acceptable, totally fine. Not ridiculous at all. And those who know. This arm's a little weird and stiff. And this is the beauty of once you're done with that main pass, you can start merging things down like a heathen, and you don't have to worry about losing subdiv or anything, because you're past that point. Now it's just about refining it. So do whatever you need to. Yeah, being able to do a pose like this in 10 minutes, you just don't get better than that. And I still did a lot of like unnecessary movements and stuff or whatever. This is awesome. Can add a slight curve to the wings, tuck them in a bit. That's pretty cool. Still some adjustments I might do to the pose, but I want to get this big pass through. Definitely no tassets. This is the way. Yeah, without the hip thingies, he's giving romance novel low jeans vibes. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. You missed the beginning of the stream. Things were discussed. Midori, I miss the old interface. I like watching you switch between the tools. I mean, so like this? Just this button? That's funny. I do that for teaching. This is much more stripped down. I like this better. Also, welcome back. Paint. I'm very happy with this. Midori. Yes! Sorry. Not convincing enough of an argument. Plus, I never use this. I never use that part. I always just hold Option and just click. You can select your subtools over there, obviously, but it's a much slower way to do it. I need to add some right here. There we go. I'm really happy with this model. All right, Husband, what do you think of second pose? I think this came together pretty quick. I'm really happy with it. And then we can kind of add a little bit of motion to the hair. Just the hair, not the eyebrows. Can you imagine if your eyebrows and your eyelashes were long enough to like sway in the wind? Too much. All right, let's make those a separate subtool and then I can swoosh. Just a little bit of movement, I think would go a long way. Nice. And I'll do the same thing with the tabard here. There we go. And we do need some fabric folds right here. I didn't have any here originally because I didn't expect this to be visible. There we go. Awesome. Head tilt. Looks good. Turn his head more to his right and maybe tilt his head down a touch. His right. Okay. Ricky is the only one allowed to backseat. Merge down. And even then, he does it at a risk. He can support that. Some days, it's dangerous. It's funny because Ricky gives me the same feedback on pretty much all of my models, and it's always head down. I'm always like, they're very chin up. I don't know. All right. It's a right that has been earned. So true. All right. This is Ricky's feedback. Are you ready, Al? Here's before. And now he said more to his right and down. I feel like that just makes him sultry again. It's wonderful. It made a huge difference, though. Man, Ricky does not miss. Always has good feedback. Thank you, honey. His jeans hung low on his hips as his eyebrows fluttered in the wind. That's so silly. Ricky says, perfect. Excellent. Yeah, good call. And then there are still a couple adjustments I want to do. Like I want this to be rotated a little bit more, blah, 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 but we're gonna leave it alone for right now. All right, we went on many adventures today sculpting this model. Ultimately, it came together. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if that model's ever gonna see the light of day. Probably, but I have to sculpt that, and that's a lot of work. I like that. This makes me want to animate my models. It's just cool. Can't do that from down here. Yeah, can you imagine? All right. It came together. Yeah, now it has two. Emperor says, it's amazing when art takes a life of its own. This model was only supposed to be one pose, and now it has two. Yeah, the pose, and it goes a long way when I'm mentioning where the pose is so important. It really is important. I feel like there was some foreshadowing at the beginning of the stream, not just what I was talking about, but when Empress said, do we have more information about this guy? Is it just a general character, or is it just a general warrior? And because I didn't have an answer to that, I feel like I paid for it later, and that's kind of interesting. It's not the worst thing to happen to let the model kind of become what it wants to, but if you don't, rein it in. Sometimes that happens. Alright, y'all, it's time to take a screenshot for posterity's sake in the Discord, so make sure to smile. Alright, smile. So I'm a very chin up kind of person. When I tilt my head, I'm not in the center of the camera. But I don't want to do this. Whatever. The screenshot's done. Pretty good. I love this model. I think this is fabulous. If you've been hanging out, having a good time, and you're not in the Discord already, please join. You'll have a good time. We're all really cool artists there. Like, seriously, it's a great community. If you're shy on sharing your art, it's a great place to kind of practice being brave and getting good feedback if you want it. For the most part, people are just supportive and nice, but if you're like, hey, I feel like something like this part, I don't know what to do with it, we got you. We can help. We've all been there. Non-Sleeper says, see you in Discord after the stream. Thanks for an awesome stream. You're very welcome. Thanks to you and many others for the donations during the stream. I really appreciate it. Empress is gonna get all taken care of. It's been a very good stream. Good stuff, very good stuff. What makes all of this possible is Patreon. I'm gonna link that in the chat. All of my models are 3D printable, and every model you see me sculpt on stream, it's because somebody asked for it on Patreon. My legendary patrons make a request every month. I make them oldest to newest, so nobody gets lost or skipped or forgotten about. And I'll let you know if I accept your request or not. I've only denied like 5 requests in my entirety of doing this for almost 2 years. One person, my favorite, they've requested all 3 K-pop Demon Hunter girls. That's insane. That's 3 models and it's IP specific. Ask for your D&D character. Fit the vibe. And then Ricky says, make sure to catch her super secret game streams too. Yeah, I do have another channel where I'm starting to do game streams. I did my first one yesterday. Thanks for who showed up. I was so excited there was more than 2 people. It was a good time. It was a really good time. Absolutely. Sounds good, Paint. Also, there's an option on Patreon that's literally join for free. You don't get anything, but you do get an in with the community, and this is a really weird song. Ooh, Primal Fear. Yeah, let's not do that. I had this weird like throat singing in my ears, and I was like, oh, that's much scarier than my cute lo-fi. Anyway, promotions aside, thank you to everyone that's watched these streams, which is everyone watching, and anyone who's given me a dime, because it goes a long way. It does. Thank you. All right, art is arting. It was a great stream. I'm probably gonna stream again tomorrow. Not as confident on that as I was for today. But keep an eye out. I'll let you know in Discord if I'm going to stream, usually around 12:30 Eastern time. If not, for sure, I'll catch you next week. All right, Tavern is closing. Get out, peasants.